Hey. What's up, guys? Um, Sorry I've been gone for a few days. I'm still gonna continue um the conversation about geopolitics, but today is gonna be Ask Me Anything Tuesday. So no specific topic. You can ask me anything that is an appropriate question, a family a family appropriate question. And hopefully a rational question. So if it's a rational question, it's a family safe question, then go ahead and ask me. I'd be more than happy to answer, with the caveat that I may not know the answer. Although I am a sometimes know it all, according to some people. Um, I don't know everything, so feel free to ask me whatever questions you like, but I may not know. Um, Let me change my filter to all messages. Lane says, "What's going on?" What's up, Lane? This is called my Ask Me Anything format. So I don't have a specific topic. Um, People can just generally ask me anything as long as it's a family safe question. But throughout the week, I'm going to have like a discussion on different little geopolitical discussions. A few days ago, I first started it with talking about American politics and how it impacts uh, the global society. So I'm gonna continue with that probably tomorrow with Europe, and then I'm gonna go into other different regions of the world. But today is ask me anything format, so people can generally ask me any sort of family safe question. I'm from Maryland. A buddy here, Harry, says, "Where are you from?" Oh, by the way, I may be eating some snacks while we're doing this, so don't be alarmed if you see me eating some chips or pistachios. Brandon says Trump. That's not really a question nor a statement. Um, this guy just comes in with the fire, so he's getting banned. How does someone come in just saying like just weird stuff? That's why I started cutting my lives off after 12, because there's just too many trolls, too many mentally ill people, too many dr- drug addicts. Do I play any games? What do you mean, like video games, or do you mean board games? Can be a little bit more specific. I don't know if you mean board games, video games, RPGs. Um, Aiden says, "Hello, would you like some words of wisdom or advice?" Not particularly, no. I mean, are you asking, do you want some words of wisdom or advice, or are you asking, do I want some? So I can tell you that I don't really take random advice from people. Too smooth 404 says Trump is better. Also, you guys will get into a political rant back and forth. Um, I'm gonna put on my reading glasses so I don't have to squint at some of these at the white background. They need to let us be able to change, and they probably do. I just haven't. I just probably don't know how to do it, but they need to let us change the color of the text of the chat room to make it easier to read. Because depending on the background, on the backdrop, it can make that white text stand out poorer or clearer depending on the background. Right now, it's not working for me, so I'm gonna put on my reading glasses. I'm just cleaning off the lenses. 16JM man says chess. Yes, I do play chess. I don't play it well, but I have learned how to play chess. A brother who was locked up showed me how to not my brother, a brother like another black dude showed me how to play chess who had been locked up for a long time, which is where a lot of guys, I found a lot of brothers learn how to play chess is like in the joint. I'm not mad at it. Shit, it's better than banging while you or getting high while you're in locked up. If you want to play chess every day all day, that's good. I swear there's probably in the penal system, there's probably a bunch of like low key chess masters that could beat probably the best guys, who the best international chess champions. Probably could rival them, but you would never know because they're never going to see the light of day again. Anyway, Brandon says, but he won the majority. That and you're sad. Well, I guess he's referring to the people going back and forth about Trump. I've already made my views about that well known for over 6 months, so I'm not retreading that territory. Anyone who wants to know my views on that, I mean, you can ask me, of course, since this is Ask Me Anything Tuesday, but I've made my views pretty well known on that for over 6 months. So people can always use their use their buttons to check out my catalog of content that I've made and see where I've stood on my political views, as I have not hidden them in the least. All right, that looks a little clear. I might have to hit this with some Windex or something. Elaine says video games. No, I haven't played video games since I was a kid. Well, that's not true. I've played video games up until my 20s, but not my own. I haven't owned a video game console since the classic Nintendo. So I stopped playing it in like 1991 or 92, around 91, 92. And after that, I would go over a friend's house and maybe play with their on their consoles like TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, Sony PlayStation, and so on and so on. But I haven't owned my own game console since I was 14, so um, 15 maybe. I don't know when I got rid of the classic Nintendo. Now I wish I kept it. But yeah, I don't play video games. I find it like a waste of time and a waste of money, especially now the way they the way it's done. I liked it in the old days when everything was packed into the console and into the cartridge. Now some people like it the format better because it saves them money, where you can just download certain things and play it on your PC versus your on the console. I guess it's more expensive on the console, but again, I like the convenience of having everything built into the game and into the system. I don't like having to find. I was having this conversation with a friend a few weeks ago. I don't like having to find the upgrades and download different skins and all sort of dumb shit that you have to do to video games today. If I was a younger person, I don't think I would be in. I don't think I would be a gamer because it's just doing too much for me. Like I miss the laziness of just sticking the cartridge into the console and playing it. That's it. Brandon, if you can't say anything but Trump, you gotta go, brother, because you're just you know spamming the chat room. Too smooth says Kamala, puke sign. He said, where did her money go? She's in debt. She used it all to pay off celebrities to endorse her. Like, what it was about five, at least what 500. I don't know, half a million. I mean, not sorry, not half a billion of that went towards like what celebrity and public figure endorsements, shilling, and all that sort of things. Cost money. Didn't do anything. Uh, Aiden says LOL, I didn't really mean advice. It was more of an inspirational quote. I don't need inspiration. I think inspirational quotes are bullshit. So you don't know me very. I can see you probably you haven't been on my platform before, Aiden. I'm a very I come from a rationalist, scientific, and philosophical mindset. So I don't really buy into inspirational quotes and bullshit. I don't need Deepak Chopra in my life. I think all that fortune cookie shit is a bunch of crap. It's a bunch of deepities or pseudo wisdom. I don't need any of that crap. No, thank you. Brandon says, "How do you feel about Biden pardon? Which pardon? Are you talking about the pardon of his son or all his pardons or the recent one?" So I've done a YouTube short on that. If on the recent one. So here's the thing with his son. So I'm of a split mind with this. On one hand, you can't blame him for pardoning his son. It's his son, and his only surviving son at that. I get it. The problem is the problem is entirely self-made, that he kept trying to make himself holier than thou, saying, "I would never pardon my son. I will let him go through the justice system because we we on the Democratic side, we don't do uh, we don't do favoritism, we don't do nepotism and all this sort of stuff." But then his reasoning, his spurious reasoning for pardoning him was, well, they were giving him they were giving him a hard time through the justice system. They weren't playing fair with him. How? It it is under your administration, and you're saying there that that it was rigged against his son and all this sort of stuff. The DOJ falls under his administration. It's not run by Congress. It's not independently run. It falls under his administration. So, who was giving him? So, if you're saying that the DOJ is politically biased, which it is, by the way, you're just giving credibility to what Trump had been saying years and years ago and what black people have been saying for literally decades, that the justice system is politically biased. So, hurrah, you discovered what we've been knowing for a long time. So that's where I'm at with his son's pardon. As far as his other pardon, I find it very distasteful that he pardoned a judge who was doing a cash for kids scheme. Judge I think his name is Michael I can't say his name. McConaughey. Sorry, I'm butchering his name. This guy was getting kickbacks from a for profit prison system for juveniles, for sending them to that place. Like a bunch of kids, not just a few, a bunch. And what he did destroyed families, and one kid unalived himself while locked up. And not all these kids were guilty, by the way. He commuted that guy's sentence, which is basically a pardon. So at no point do I want to hear people on the left or Democrats sitting there complaining and bitching when if and when Trump pardons the January 6th rioters. I don't want to hear it, because that was to release that judge. He had a 17-year sentence for what he did, and it completely erodes the justice system. Like, if if one judge is doing it, we can we can extrapolate that there are others that do similar things for money. If there's but I mean, and even if it's only him, he and only he, this that we're doing this thing, it's still a travesty, because judges hold so much l- leverage over people's freedom and lives. And these aren't even adults; these were juveniles. And he commuted that dude's sentence. That's Yo, and it's rumored that he's going to pardon people like Fauci and others, so that they can't, so that they can't be, so that he can't, face what he should be facing, which is, uh, some civil, possibly even criminal liability for how he handled not only the pandemic, but how he lied about funding gain of function research in Wuhan, China, and lying about it. He lied so many times, it's ridiculous. And this was the guy who was in charge of the pandemic. And, Biden wants to is likely going to pardon him too. And since when did we, and then another sketchy thing about that is, since when did we start giving pardons for potential crimes? Like, I'm just going to give you a blanket like he did with his son. I'm going to just give you a pardon for potential crimes, meaning the the unstated thing here is that we know they've committed these crimes, but they just haven't been prosecuted yet for it. So here I'm going to give you a pardon for any potential crimes within a certain range, certain scope of time, so that if you do face any sort of criminal or a civil suit, then you're safe. That's It's funny. Everything they keep saying they think Trump was going to do, the people, the Biden administration is doing. Like everything they keep saying, well, if you elect Trump, he's going to do X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, they're doing the same shit. All the undemocratic shit they, they accuse Trump of doing, they're just straight up doing themselves, and then using a bunch of special pleading for why they do it. This is why so many people have left the Democratic Party. So why so many people no longer consider themselves liberals. They have literally pushed away a lot of people out of their own party. I was a progressive. I was left leaning. I wasn't a Democrat. I was an independent. I was a Democrat for a short amount of time, like 20 years ago. But then I became an independent around, I think around 2008, I believe. Um, but I still pretty much voted as a Democrat up until 2 years ago, um, where I just became like apathetic. And I know this is a long answer to your question, Brandon, but yeah, that's what I feel about his pardons. So hope that answers your question. 16 JM man says, I'd probably beat you at chess. Yeah, you probably would. You probably would. Again, I didn't claim I was good at chess. I said I can play chess. I didn't say I was good at it. I don't think you remember me saying that. I said, yeah, I can play. I just don't claim I'm good at it. Lane says, forget Kamala. Brandon says, Kamala abused the system and Biden did exactly what we told you fools. Pardon his son. Yeah. Aiden says, LOL, I didn't really mean advice. Well, you already told me that. Keep re-mentioning it. Brandon says, buy and lie. Well, they both lie. All politicians lie, which is a reason why we should eye everything politicians say rather skeptically. Kessie Moon fixes any comments on Diddy situation. I've talked about that ad nauseum. I don't have anything to add to that conversation other than the dude was always sketch. He's been sketchy since the beginning of his music career. If you want to know more, if you got a specific question about Diddy, ask it. But I don't like vague. Here's the thing, guys. The academic in me, I don't like vague questions. If you want us, if you are driving at a certain thing, ask me a specific question. Don't ask a vague question just to try to probe my thoughts or whatever you want to call it. Just ask the specific question. Like, what do you think about Diddy and Jay-Z's allegations? Like, ask me something like that, but just don't say, what do I think about the whole situation? Like, that's just a very broad, vague question. So, if you want to ask me something specific about Diddy, I'll definitely answer you because, like I said, I did so many videos talking about that man and trashing him, and he deserves it. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna feel sorry for a billionaire. Anyway, but yeah, if you ask me a specific question, I'll answer it. 16 JM, man, since you're not lying, LOL. You said I learned from a movie. You learned chess from a movie? That's interesting. Are you talking about that movie that came out back in the 90s called Fresh? Because that's the only movie I can remember that taught like it wasn't really teaching chess, but it was teaching the guy, the, this little young black kid in the ghetto, how to think by teaching him chess. I don't know if you're talking about that movie. I think it was called Fresh back in the day. Brandon says Diddy and Jay-Z sitting in a tree, twiddling and diddling up a boy. Let me stop. No, let me stop. Let me stop. Jerry Gonzalez says, hi, what's up, Jerry? Brandon says, Harris lost. Yeah, but guy, Brandon, you don't have to keep flooding the chat room saying Trump. Like, we get it, you support Trump. I voted for him too, but there's no point there. I don't see the point in flooding the chat room about that. Like I said last month, once the election is over, there's no need to keep thumping your chest about either candidate. Like, let it go. People who let politics be their entire personal identity need to move on and might need to consider psychological help. Like, yeah, politics should not be your entire personal identity. I get it. Support Trump. So did I. We're moving on. Now let's see what he can put in. Like, let's see what he can do once he gets inaugurated in a few weeks. So Brandon says for a reason, Shane. 16 JM says, how do you feel about AI and how it's going to change the industrial revolution? Again, that's a very broad, guys. Are we not in school? Did they not teach you how to ask like specific questions? And I'm not trying to, I'm not really, I'm not trying to roast anyone. I know people think I'm trying to roast you. I'm not. That's so broad a question. Like, I shouldn't have to sound like a teacher, and I know I do, especially with the glasses. But ask specific questions. How you gonna? That's such a broad question. How do you feel about AI and how it's going to change? What aspects of AI? Industrial revolution. We're not in the industrial revolution. The industrial revolution happened 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. The industrial revolution happened during the turn of the 19th century. How's AI impacting on the industrial revolution? We're not in the industrial revolution. This shows this is an indictment of the American education system. Assuming you are American, I don't know if you are or not, but assuming you are American, this is an indictment of the public education system in America. We are not in the industrial revolution that happened over 100 years ago. And what aspects of AI? AI is a broad term. Um, Brandon says that Chris, what about the pardon? First of all, let me acknowledge whoever just sent me a super because I don't see. Oh, Brandon, thank you, bro. He sent me a super a super sticker. Thank you, I appreciate it a lot, my friend. All right, let me get back to you and to your comments and everyone else's. Thank you to my moderator Agatha. She's in the house. That's my little my little New York connect. She says hi, good night. Uh, I'm scrolling back up, guys. Give me a second. Uh, Ronaldo Gomez says Nintendo. Psh, my Uma owns an Atari. No, I didn't own an Atari. My father did, but I kind of claimed it as my own. He had an Atari 2600. So the Atari 2600 was the first video game. So that's the first video game console that I played. That's not the first one that I owned. The first one that I owned was the ColecoVision. Okay, and the ColecoVision was compatible with the Atari. Like there was a little adapter you could plug into your ColecoVision to play Atari games, even though they were made by two different people, Atari and Coleco. That's when video game consoles used to play nice with each other. And when Atari first came out, its rival was in what's it called, in Intellectavision or something like that. Intellivision. It was called Intellectavision or something like that. So they were like rivals until ColecoVision came onto the scene. I don't I don't reminisce about Atari because I think there's because honestly I'm just keep it 100. I think Atari sucked even when I was little. Like Atari kind of sucked. Like Pitfall was kind of fun. Donkey Kong was kind of fun. Dig Dug was kind of fun. Like Dig Dug, Pac Man, Donkey Kong Jr., Pitfall, Pole Position. But the game, they like the graphics was so cheesy. Like it wasn't even 8-bit graphics, and some of the games were just the play, the gameplay was just horrible. Like Star Wars had horrible gameplay, and ET was the worst one. They they blamed the ET Atari game for killing the video game industry. Like when classic Nintendo came out, it was actually a huge gamble because the video game industry was virtually dead here in America. Like kids were still going to the arcades, but people for the most part people weren't playing video games anymore. This is why Coleco kind of fizzled out around the same time that Atari fell off because a lot of people said the ET video game pretty much killed not just Atari, but kind of killed the American video game industry entirely in the early 80s until um, classic Nintendo came on the scene in like around like 87. Carlton Races peace J.A.C in chat. What's up, Carlton? Brandon says Trump for mixed America. Let's go. Austin says hello, sir. I hope that your life is full of love and happiness. Appreciate it. Thank you. You as well. All right, Cassie Moon, you on some wild stuff right there, bro. Uh, Brandon says it's okay. Appreciate it, man. He said all of us were Dems until they lied. Yeah, like so I guess you fell into the same camp. Like a lot of us were just Democrats until we just couldn't take it anymore. And the weird thing is, like I said, they keep pushing their own out of their own party. Like I remember it was the reverse back in the '90s. Back I don't know how old you are, but back in the '90s when I was a teenager, it was the Republicans that were cannibalizing their own party, and it was pushing a lot of people to become moderates and Democrats. So you get these moderate and conservative Democrats who are now in the party, and now they're abandoning the Democratic Party. You know, 30 years on. Um, but yeah, man, like a lot of the people, a lot of people that the left hates now were on their side at one point. Joe Rogan, he was a liberal. JFK, he was a Democrat. They just didn't want him to run, and they smeared the man. Uh, who else? Tulsi Gabbard, she was a Democrat. Vivek Ramaswamy, early on, used to be a Democrat. Um, who else? Thinking of somebody. Somebody else that was a Democrat and moved over. Um, it'll come back to me. But yeah, they've pushed a lot of people out of their own camp. Look what they did to Cornell West. Like they they sent their they didn't do it themselves, so it wouldn't be attached to the DNC. But they sent there's no doubt in my mind that they used their political leverage to attack that man so that most people didn't even realize he was still running for president. Not only that, he couldn't even get onto most ballots. The reason being is that he was a black man who's liked by people in the left and in the black community, and he would have posed a threat to the Democratic candidate. So he couldn't run as a Democrat. So he first was going to run, I think, under the Reform Party or whatever. The Reform Party was dealing with some political corruption, so he left them. Was going to run for the Green Party. Then the Green Party said, "No, we want um, Jill Stein or whatever." So he ran as independent. When he ran as independent, they refused to acknowledge him on a lot of ballots, saying, "Well, he hasn't gotten enough support to be recognized on a lot of the state ballots across the country," which was just the Democrats' way of making sure he couldn't pose any risk to then Biden and then Kamala. And then they sent his attack dogs after him, trying to call this man like a basically trying to call him a deadbeat dad who owed a lot of child support and this and that, as if that has anything to do with him being a good candidate. And the left used to love that man until again he decided to run for office. So yeah. Carl Tomei says, I wonder if Biden will pardon the black mayors that are running rampant with the migrant situation. We'll see. You can see Eric Adams is trying to cozy up to Trump right now. So he knows where the power lies. Um, I would say relying on any candidate for a potential pardon is rather a risque affair. So Brandon says, "Tell me when you catch up on chat." I'm slowly catching up. So most of the people I'm talking to today, except for Carlton, are new. So they don't. So you guys can realize I view all the replies in the chat room in real time. So I'm always gonna be like 10 minutes behind. But I always check. But I'm catching up on everybody's comments. Brandon says that Carl doesn't matter race. It matters what party we know. It matters about party. We know this. So what about part, par, pardon of party? I don't think you could just pardon an entire political party. If I don't know what you mean. You mean the executives of the party, or do you mean every like card holding member of the party? Because I don't think that is a doable situation. And they can only pardon them of federal crimes, by the way. Now, a governor can pardon you of state crimes. Fire stop left an emoji. I don't know what that is. Brandon says, getting tired, please acknowledge the donation. So I did do so. I made sure to scroll. Once I saw it, I made sure to scroll down so I could check it. Because usually, it's weird. Usually, it will pop up at the top, so that would be like the first thing that I see. So it's kind of annoying that I have to actually scroll down to see what super I've received. So I appreciate it again. Thank you. Just the dude is back. He says Atari tried several times to come back. They hit the handheld Lynx and Lynx 2, but failed against the more successful Game Boy. And the thing is, the Atari Lynx was fire. I remember when they came out. That was like 91, 92 when they came out. The Atari Lynx actually looked better than the other ones because Sega had one at the time. I forgot what the Sega one was called. It was a Sega Game Gear. Was that it? And then you had the Atari Lynx and you had the Game Boy. And then you had and then you had the really cheap ones, the Tiger handheld electronic games. Remember the Tiger? Really cheap graphics like the Double Dragon and Batman and stuff like that. They were really cheesy. Now I had one of the little Tiger handheld games. I had the Double Dragon one. I wish I kept that. I don't know why I threw away. I don't know if I threw away those games or my mother gave them away to like some family members. I don't know what, but I wish I kept both my classic Nintendo console and my Double Dragon Tiger game. But yeah, so in that market of portable video games, Atari was at a disadvantage But the thing is, it was the best looking one out of all of them, from what I remember. It looked better than the Sega Game Gear, which was like the first one that was in color, I believe, and then there was Atari Lynx. Um, I didn't remember there was a Lynx 2 though. I just remember Atari Lynx 1. So I didn't know they tried a second time. I thought after the Atari Lynx flopped that they were done. Just due to then they tried again with the Jaguar, but it was a piece of junk and overpriced. I remember Atari Jaguar. I remember the name, but I don't remember what it looks like. I only remember the Atari Lynx, the first one. Agus also says thanks, Brandon, for your super sticker. Yes, yes, thank you. Kessie Moon says Elon was a Democrat. Yeah, that's who I forgot. Thank you, Kessie Moon. Yeah, Elon was, well, I don't know if Elon was a Democrat, but he was like a left leaning libertarian. But they pushed him to the right because people, if you remember, like 12 years ago, people loved Elon. They was like, oh, he's doing good for the environment with his with the cars, the what's his cars again? Sorry, I don't buy them, so I don't have that sort of money. So yeah, with the Teslas, people was like, oh, he's doing great for the environment. He's doing Tesla. Oh, he's building spaceships and working with NASA with SpaceX. People used to love him. Like I said, you the people on the left have a purity test, which is what pushes so many people away from them. Like you have to be every you have to be in agreement with them on every issue, or you're no longer one of them. Whereas on the right, you can say what you want about people on the right, but they don't subject each other to a purity test. As long as you vibe with them on a few like solid issues, they'll welcome you in. Like they're not, they're going to criticize you about the other beliefs that you have, but for the most part, the right will embrace everyone if you share a few solid issues with them. Whereas on the left, you have to be in like lockstep agreement on every issue, or they will push you away. That's what they did to Joe Rogan, and that's what they did to Elon, and that's what they did with RFK Jr. His whole family is known to be Democrats. The Kennedys are known to be Democrats. He's probably still registered as a Democrat, but like I mean now he's gonna be, but now he and Elon are gonna be in Trump's administration, and you would think you would congratulate Trump because he's bringing people from different political facets. Like there's a lot of political diversity within this administration right now. It may change over the course of the 4 years, but it's more, more than what we've seen in, Trump's administration. Especially when you had an administration where no one could admit that the man was becoming senile. Um, Ronaldo says, "Why has Biden denounced the ICJ case against Israel? Why does he feel that America should have a verdict over international lawsuits?" Well, to be fair, he's not the only one. Most presidents don't agree with the ICJ. First of all, the internet, excuse me, the International Court of Justice has no teeth. It has no one to. It's a it's the ICJ is just political theater. Let's just be completely honest. The ICJ is political theater. It has no it has no executive authority to execute any of its court decisions whatsoever. It comes down to individual countries to enforce anything that the ICJ does. Like when the ICJ decided that the Philippines owns the a certain track of maritime um, property called the shoals against another country, which I can't say on here because last time I kept using the word, I got partially demonetized. But let's say it's spelled China. When they hit a disagreement with that country over over, a dispute over territory, and this went to the ICJ. The court decided in the Philippines' favor, and at that then time, Obama's told a certain country, China, to back off, which they wouldn't. So he tried to broker a deal to say, okay, both countries back off from the shoals and just make it neutral territory, and we'll call it even. But if you guys, China, do not, then we will have to back the Philippines in some sort of retaliatory efforts. So Philippines, for their part, they did their thing and backed off the shoals, and which is not the only disputed territory, by the way. This is one of them between they and China. Um, China, almost said it. The China just refused to leave and even started building military infrastructure in that part of the world that was adjudicated does not belong to them. And Obama did nothing about it, which made us look weak. So again, no American president, as far as I know, has ever taken the ICJ seriously, Ronaldo. So that's not. So I'm not going to make that a sui generis claim of Biden, because it's not. The ICJ has no teeth, and really, it's a pointless part of of um of you know of international politics. It does nothing. And the reason why we're going to take Israel's side is because they are our strategic allies in that part of the world. We share a lot of intel with them, and they share a lot of intel with us. They are both our strategic ally a and our political allies. They are the, they are the they are the only um, they are the only democratic country in that part of the world. They're surrounded by a bunch of Muslim theocracies. So that's why we take their side, because they're our strategic. Because at the end of the day, they're our strategic ally, and no one gives a fuck about the ICJ. I'm just gonna keep it completely 100. No one gives a fuck about the International Court of Criminal Justice. They hold no. They have no power to execute any of their decisions. It's just basically just political theater. Um, Kason Martin says Jesus loves you. Thank you, Kason. Honk Donkey Farges says I have Atari Jaguar. Aliens versus Predator was awesome on that. Wait, is that how long? So when did Atari Jaguar come out? If it had Aliens versus Predator on it, would this come out in the 2000s? You guys see my spectacles just slide down my nose. Sorry. Um, that's why I'm not familiar with the Jaguar. This must have came out in like what the 2000s or sometime. If it had Aliens versus Predator on it, and I need a stand for my phone so I can eat some chips or something. Hold up, let me see if I can put this. Uh, this looks like a tenuous spot. Um, Hopefully, you guys can hear me when I put it right here, and it won't. Um, some of you guys have probably hearing me. Let me see. Where's the little back piece here? Um, Hear me? Ah, oh, dang. It's gonna move. By the way, guys, I might have a special guest coming up soon. Well, not soon, but in the coming weeks or months, I might have a celebrity come on to this channel. I'm not gonna say whom or when because I don't know yet. I'm still working that out. But um, just be mindful. I do sometimes have guests on here. I've had my wife on here. I've had um, a fashion influencer on here. I've had a German musician on here. She's actually one of my moderators now. Uh, and I've had like a local Filipina from in the Philippines here. So I will have more guests. Guys, let me know if you can't hear me. I'm gonna move closer to the mic though. But I just wanted to do this so I could eat. Carlton says facts. Cats and Kai. That's an interesting name. Says the left says people are deplorable and garbage while lying and pretending to care about people just to try to get their votes when the right tells the truth, even if it hurts your feelings. Yeah, so I don't like when either side plays political games. But yeah, calling people a bunch of deplorables, calling them garbage, like you don't foster like that doesn't foster political unity when you're basically saying half the country is beneath you just because you don't share their beliefs. That's cringe. And I agree with you there. Oh, if you, and if you can see in the background, because I know people ask me, so yes, that is a little rice hat above. Um, I got it at a anime convention. It was labeled a ninja hat, but literally everyone wears a rice hat in part of East Asia if they were rice farmers. It's like in the Philippines and Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, China, Korea, both south and north, uh, the other parts of China, um, because I don't want to be controversial here, but Taiwan and places like Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, maybe even Nepal, I think, but and Burma. But anyway, that's what you see. The tassel above is a Chinese lucky charm. I have more stuff actually behind this phone. I just don't feel like um, switching the camera since I finally got this position somewhere comfortable. Um, and the bag you see is my bug out bag. I actually did an entire video about my bug out bag. If you guys are curious about that. Uh, Jeffrey Lester says they still blame it on Obama phones. You can still get. How do they blame that on the phones though? And it's not even Obama phones. Like I guess they because they came out during his administration because they called them that in Baltimore too. Like, oh, you get your Obama phone for free right there because like they had people walking around the city just signing people up for these free phones, government phones, which I should have got one. I was trying to be all on my high horse, like I already look, dude, I already got a phone. I don't need that. He's like, you sure you still don't want to sign up for one? I'm like, nah, I'm good. Now I'm looking at it like shit. Yeah, I should have got it. It was fucking free. I don't know why I didn't. I think I would have qualified. I think they pretty much pre-qualified everyone at that point. This is like 9 years ago. It pretty much like I can't speak for other cities at the time, but they were pretty much pre-qualifying everyone who wanted one. Like they were actively coming up to you like, "Hey man, you want a phone?" I'm like, "I'm good." But I should have took one. Shit is free. I should have took it anyway. Casamoon says APAC owns everyone. U.S. politics is trash. APAC doesn't own like so. This gets back into when I was doing my whole discussion on the paranormal, and one of the last discussions I held was on secret societies. And I should have mentioned APAC. It didn't come to me because sometimes political secret societies are seen as spooky as well. I did name like other groups like the Bilderberg group, but I should have mentioned APAC. APAC is just a powerful special interest group. They don't control everyone. They don't like, and it was made into the very fabric of our government. The special interest groups should be able to hold weight in our political discourse. That was actually set up in the foundations of this society that because literally anyone can get together for a specific purpose or interest and lobby on behalf of those interests to Congress or the current presidential administration on behalf of those interests. Um, this was supposed to be um, the rival to a parliamentary system. Instead, we had a bicameral Congress to which they answer to the people, and some of the people specifically they want answer to are the special interest groups. That is a part of that was baked into our system. I don't think it's particularly insidious. What I do think is insidious is how much money is involved. So if I get that, I do get that, but I don't think APAC is any more sinister than many of these other special interest groups. Look at look at special interest groups like the pharmaceutical industry, um, oil, um, the fossil fuel industry, the health supplement industry, and I can go on. Like you could say all of these people are sinister and have a hefty control over politics, but uh, like I said, you can say that of any special interest group. APEC is not unique in that regard. It's just that a lot of let's just be honest, a lot of people just hate APEC because they're anti-Semitic. I'm going to say it. Yes, it is true. Before people already say, well, people say everything's anti-Semitic. Yes, some people say everything is anti-Semitic. The Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, sometimes overuses the term. I completely agree. But just because it's overused doesn't mean that sometimes a cigar isn't just a cigar. Sometimes people just are being anti-Semitic. When people are always yelling about the Rothschilds who don't have any impact on anybody's lives, or when they scream everything APAC, APAC because people don't like Israel, you're just being anti-Semitic. Because the thing is, most people don't really care about Muslims. They just don't like the Israelis because they're white. I'm going to keep it a buck. If people really cared about Muslims, then they should be against these radical Islamic groups that control these people. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Iran Revolutionary Guard, the, the Taliban, ISIS. Um, and there's like about a dozen different Islamic radical groups throughout the Middle East. They even and they have tentacles in North and West Africa, even so far as in the Philippines. There is a radical Islamist group that's an active rebellion against the Philippine national government since the 70s, and they've been backed by Al Qaeda and ISIS. But guess what? Those terrorists, the most people they attack are not Americans, not Israelis. You know the prime target of these Islamic terrorist groups are the Muslims. Are the Muslims? They're the biggest target of these folks. But people don't want to talk about that because it's an uncomfortable conversation. Now, and again, if we truly care about Muslims, why aren't we talking about what's going on in Burma, where Hindus are killing Muslims? No one cares about that because it's brown versus brown. They only care when it's white versus brown. But when it's brown versus brown, no one has anything to say. No one's talking about Hindus killing Muslims in Burma. Um, no one's talking about the Uyghurs in the Shenyang province of China being put into concentration camps and prisons where their organs are harvested on the black market. The Uyghurs are a Muslim group and an ethnic Turkish group, but we're not talking about that because when it's brown versus brown or yellow versus brown, people don't care. They only care when it's white versus brown. So that's all I gotta say about that. Ronaldo says, speaking of CHINA, thank you for spelling that out. He said, what do you think about the 60% trade tariffs proposed by Trump being dropped back to 10%, but then proposing 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico? Seems dumb to rob neighbors. No, I, here's my interpretation of that, and I don't know. I'm shooting way above my pay grade, even speculating on this, but here's how I see this. Right, he's trying to make he's kind of trying to smooth things over that with Winnie the Pooh, right? He even invited Winnie the Pooh to his inauguration on January the 6th. Okay. So it looks like he's trying to mend fences there. Because, I mean, we're in a Cold War with them, whether we want to admit it or not. A cyber Cold War, to be sure, but it's a Cold War indeed. Like, it makes sense. Meanwhile, with Mexico and Canada, he wants to impose more tariffs on them because they're where we're getting all this flow of illegal immigrants and drugs across the US Mexican border and the US Canadian border. So he said if they're not going to do their due diligence to control the, the flow of criminals, illegal immigrants, and drugs on their side, then we're going to impose tariffs on them. He's using tariffs as a correctional tool against them because and he's right. Like I can't speak for Canada, but on the Mexican side, you know, they're we only see like border patrol and all that doing their thing, but we don't see the Mexican side with their police or the federale stopping the flow of these people because most of these people coming across the border aren't even Mexican. They're coming from El Salvador, Venezuela, Haiti, CHINA, and other places. Like, so why are you letting these people who claiming they're refugees cross your country into ours? Like, you should be stopping them at your borders. If they truly are claiming refugee status, why are they crossing one, two, maybe even three even countries to come specifically here? Because if they were looking truly seeking asylum as refugees, they would just come into the next bordering country and say, "Hey, we're seeking asylum." But you're gonna come three countries over to seek asylum. Like, nah, that's fugazi. So that's my speculations on it. He's using the tariffs as a correctional tool against what he sees as the lack of due diligence on the side of Canada and the side of Mexico in stopping the flow of illegal immigration, drugs, and criminals coming across the borders, which then we have to deal with both in resources and in crime and labor shortage. So um, Kessimon says, "Oh wow, so you're siding with the child unalivers, dude? You're biased. So remind me again, which side attacked the fucking musical festival? Like, did the Israelis come to the Gaza Strip or anywhere into a sovereign nation attacking the people during a music festival? Could you imagine being at Hot 97 Summer Jam? Like, I don't know if you guys know New York City, so like you're at Hot 97 Hot Summer Jam, Jay-Z Jay-Z, Beyonce, Kendrick, uh all the hot people at the time, Lil Durk, whatever. All these people are performing and a terrorist group just kills hundreds of people, several hundreds of people, sorry, and then kidnaps 100 others, refuses to release them unless like you just decide to give unless you decide to give them. They was like, well, we'll give them back if you give us the Delaware Valley or something like that. Like, no. So then we decide to attack them. Like, child killer, please look. If this happened on American soil, we would have fucked them up way worse than Israel did. Can we be honest about that, guys? If anyone had did on American soil what Hamas did on Israeli soil, can we not admit that our American military would have tore their asshole apart? No Diddy. No, actually, 100% Diddy. All Diddy. All Diddy. Would have tore their asshole apart if they did on American soil what they did on Israeli soil. Not to mention that they still have the hostages. They still have the hostages. On top of that, the Gaza Strip, there's no Israelis in the Gaza Strip. They were told to leave the Gaza Strip back in 2007. So it was all Palestinians there. And if you see, this is why so people have short-term memories. Back in 2007, the Gaza Strip was not a shithole. It was a nice place. They turned it into a shithole. And then on top of that, they decided to elect a terrorist group as their head of government for them. This is why in the Palestinian authorities, they refused to give them democratic elections because they were scared that the people in the Palestinian territories in the West Bank would do the same thing that they did in the Gaza Strip and elect Hamas or another radical Islamic group as the head of the government. This is why the West Bank did not set up a democratically elected government. So the Palestinians were given the ability to have a democratically elected government, and they elected a terrorist organization. On top of that, they use these civilians. They disguise themselves amongst the civilians so that when they get attacked, they can say, "Oh, you attack civilians." Is so miss me with the child killer thing because they were killing children. These were young people at a concert, and it's not the first time. And that's not. And let's take it back because again, like some of you don't know. A lot of you don't know history, and it shows in the stupid comments that you make. And I'm just gonna keep it 100. And I didn't say 100. Yeah, I said 100. I'm gonna keep it 100 because look, do you know when Israel was first formed, they made war on them? Not once, not twice, not thrice, 5 times, 5 wars. And the fourth war is when they lost the Gaza Strip. Guess what? The Gaza Strip was never part of Palestine. At the time, the Gaza Strip was owned by Egypt. Egypt made war on Israel back in the 60s. And they lost the Gaza Strip. They then attacked again in the fifth Israeli Palestinian war to try to retake the Gaza Strip, and they lost again. But again, in each 5 wars, they attacked Israel. And then after the 5 Israeli Arab wars, 5 Israeli Arab wars, then there was the 3 Infantadas. And I'm probably mispronouncing that. If I have anyone Jewish in the chat room, please fact check me and tell me whether I'm saying congeals with um with the facts or not. But after the 5 Israeli Arab wars, then they had the 3 Infantadas. At the time, Hamas was not originally a terrorist group. They were originally like a special interest group. There was a wing of the Muslim Brotherhood which started in Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood started in Egypt. Again, remember, the Gaza Strip was once part of Egypt, so they lost it in the fourth Israeli Arab War in the 60s. And then they tried to retake it back in the fifth Israeli Arab War and lost again. But after the fifth war, Egypt and Israel were making amends back in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s. Some of you young, so you don't know this shit. Um, and so the Muslim Brotherhood was allowed to work with with the people of Palestinian descent within Israel. They gave Hamas like basically a charitable foundation status originally in Israel until they got Hamas got radicalized by some folks. I believe the Iranians. Hamas was not originally a terrorist group. They were considered a charitable foundation, which was the wing of the Muslim Brotherhood, which started in Egypt, and they got radicalized during the infantadas that happened throughout the 80s. So all of that's to say, miss me with the whole child killer stuff because you can't call someone a child. You can't call someone a child killer when they're using the civilians as cover, whereas the terrorists intentionally go after soft targets. That's the difference. A military doesn't purposely target soft targets. They target enemy combatants. Terrorists go after the soft targets on purpose. When you attack a music festival, those aren't enemy combatants. Those are soft targets. If any of you have been in the fucking army or military, you would know that. We have codes of conduct, the Geneva Codes of War. So, thank you for Catherine G. She's helping me moderate. What's up, Kath? Um, Hunk Donkey says 1997. What's that refer to? Are you talking about when the Atari Jaguar came out? I don't know what that date refers to. Mr. Molan says, show boobs. I'm a dude, dummy. Faggot. Yeah, and I said it. Oski says, are you blicked up? I don't even know what that means. You have to talk in standard American English. Speaking all that Gen Z faggot language ain't gonna work with me. Yeah, I said it again. Kesmoon says Israel's a theocracy too. No, they have democratically elected leaders. It's not a theocracy. It's not the same. In these other countries, they have sheiks and kings. Those are theocracies. They're not democratic. No one democratically elects a sheik or a king. If you could democratically elect a king or a sheik, they wouldn't be a king or a sheik now, would they? Words have meanings. Colton says you're black. Astounding inference you made. You must be the wisest person in your family. Colton Road. Truly a Rhodes Scholar. Not. Anyway. Uh Kesmoon says you are currently coping. You know it. How much strong Jewish lobby is. The moment you say something against them, you get fucked. No, who's stopping you from saying your very sentiments right now? No one. No one. You're full of shit. And who's them? Guys, remember? So for some of you who were in my discussions a few weeks ago, when I said one of the critical thinking points you need to realize when people start talking about paranormal beliefs, political beliefs, or any sort of other unsubstantiated claims, and they start talking about they and them. Remember, I said always ask people to actually instantiate who the they and them they are referring to is, because in any other particular claim, it would sound it would sound profoundly absurd to says, well, he's in control of that, and the first thing you would say is like, who's he? Because no one uses he or she in a vague way, because we know that he or she has to has to ref- that pronoun has to refer to a specific person, thing, or place, right? So does they and them. They and them still, as pronouns, have to refer to a specific to persons, places, or things. The only difference is plural. So when people say, "Oh well, they are in control of everything," who's they? It's all about them. The moment you say something against them, who's them? So question people on their bullshit. When you make people, when you make when you make people specify what they're talking about, it's gonna is it's gonna either it's gonna do one or two things. Either it's gonna make them be more precise in what they say to you, or it's gonna make it manifestly clear that they don't know what they're talking about and they're just making shit up. Let me get back to my comments here. Cat says morning. What's up, Cat? I'm a little bit behind, guys. George says I've got more cars than you. I've got more bikes in GTA than you. Okay. I'm not gonna even get on the last part that you said because I've never done that. So have fun being a faggot, George. But I'll say this: you can have more cars than me. I'd rather fly, bitch. I catch I catch flights. You can suck up all the exhaust on I-95 that you want. I don't give a fuck. It must be in close to 12 when these little pillow biters start coming in here talking trash. Kessimon says people don't like Israel because it's an occupying force. Go read Amnesty report on Israeli genocide. Dude, it's not genocide. Being in a war with someone is not a genocide. Being in a genocide, you people misuse the term genocide where you're lessening the impact of the term by misusing it. Just like when people misuse the word racist or sexist, homophobe or transphobe. When you misuse terms, you make people care less when it actually occurs. Genocide is like what Turkey did to Armenia. Genocide is what Germany did to the Jewish people. Genocide is what the U.S. government did to the American Indians. And I can point to other genocide, like in Africa between the Hutu and the other group, and some other things that went on, like in East Asia, like in Cambodia and stuff. Anyway, being in the act of war against someone is not a genocide. If it was genocide, they could have been erased all those folks. They didn't. How is it genocide when you tell all your people pull out of pull out of when they ordered everyone in 2007 to pull, they ordered all Israelis in 2007 to pull out of the Gaza Strip to allow the Palestinians to live there. So you don't know what you're talking about, and you sound like you're millennial because you don't sound like you know anything that happened before 1994 like most Gen Z and millennials. Like you motherfuckers don't know, act like the world didn't exist before 1994. Newsflash, it did. Again, if you did know your history, you would know why Israel's so hawkish. I don't agree with how hawkish the Israeli government is, but you will understand why they were so hawkish if you knew their history. Is if as soon as your nation was established, you got hit. Every country surrounding your nation attacked you, and there wasn't one war, wasn't two wars, wasn't three wars, wasn't four wars. It was five of them. And then after those five wars, then there was three attempts to start a coup. Three attempts to attempt a coup. You would be kind of hawkish towards folks. Even still, they kept trying to look at a two-state solution. I mean, they got close with the Arafat back in the '90s, which was the whole Clinton peace accords thing. Again, you people would know that, but stupid Gen Z and millennials don't know any fucking thing that happened before 1994. Bunch of dumbasses. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat because I got people chiming in. They probably think I'm ignoring you. Guys, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get through all the comments. I apologize in advance. I'm not Epic Gaming retracted all his comments. I don't know. He put Merc 38 says yes. So I got nicknames for all my guns. I don't know how many guns you got, but okay. I've named my swords. Pause. But uh, no, so I've named my I have a katana, um, and I have a uh, a tactical tanto. I say tactical tanto, but it's more of a it's more of a Bowie knife than a tanto, but whatever. YT Toydez says shalom, shalom. YT or 38 says I hang around with the gangster in Brooklyn. Okay, good for you, I guess. Jack the Beanstalk says Donald J. Trump the savior. Carlton says yep to some stuff I said a long time ago. Look, Bryce is free Luigi. We know that's not gonna happen. They need to make an example of that man. To see the healthcare industry. So again, when people talk about APAC, there's so many industries with their tentacles in the government, but only anti-Semitic people want to talk about APAC. What about the healthcare industry? That's another group. The pharmaceutical industry, the oil and gas industry, the food industry, the health supplementation industry, the farming and like we the healthcare industry. Like they are making sure that this Luigi guy goes down because he had the audacity to murk one of their CEOs. They're gonna throw the full weight at him, and not only that, they're trying to crucify him in the court of public opinion, and it's not working. It just makes people hate the legacy media even more because everyone knows the legacy media is owned by by their corporate overlords. Whether you're talking about News Corp, Warner Media, um, all these little corporate media, multinational groups that own all of mainstream media. And so of course these corporate facilities are sending out their TV correspondents as attack hounds saying, wagging their finger, how dare you average person mock the CEO for getting killed by this guy. And they want to make sure you know, oh well, Luigi was rich too, so he's not even one of you. Okay, so what? First of all, the bitches want to fuck Luigi because it's a me, Luigi. Let me stop. But Luigi got the pipe. I fix all your pipe, your plumbing, huh? I fix the pipe. I lay the pipe in your hole. Let me stop. Let me stop. But no, but let's be honest. The ladies love Luigi. Okay, the ladies love Luigi. Okay, but in any case, um, so you have the one thing. Once the girls love you, hey, then on top of that, I mean, this healthcare CEO is a dirtbag. Like he ran a healthcare company that had the most healthcare denials of any firm in America. So how much sympathy do you think he's gonna get? People's like, well, it's murder. You can't just go around murdering people that you disagree with. You got to take it up in a court of law. How? How? Here's the thing. I don't agree with political violence, but when it comes to economic violence, que sera sera, because at the end of violence always works when nothing else does, and it's often been the case in the history of labor and the class struggle. I'm not going to go Karl Marx on you guys, but in the history of class struggle and of the labor of the laborers versus the ruling class, it's often been things have been changed through violence. The the unions had no teeth until they got involved with the mafia. The mafia is what gave labor unions teeth. Look it up. Teamsters, hello. They're not the only ones. So I don't agree with murking CEOs, but if you think I'm gonna shed a tear over some fat fucking billionaire CEO, you must have been eating the wrong mushroom. Look, Bryce says, do you like Filipino food? Bro, of course. My wife is Filipino. Are you Filipino, Bruce? Bryce? My wife is Filipino, man. Yes. My favorite Filipino food is chicken adobo. But I love like the Filipino fried chicken is awesome. Um I you name it, I had it. Like well, except anything I don't eat I don't eat offal. Offal is like OFFAL, like anything that's like made with the organs, like like the chicken guts they put on a stick. I forgot what you call that. I don't eat that. Like, but like I've eaten so much Filipino food when I lived in the Philippines, and even here, yeah, I definitely love Filipino food. My wife is Filipino. Here's what I say when it comes to dating internationally. I know you didn't ask me this. I'm just saying, don't don't date a woman from a group where you don't like their food because it's gonna make things really hard if that's all she knows how to cook. I'll say that much. Yeah, Cat is in the house. Jimmy B123 says my young driller. Kesamoons. This was a deleted message, so you guys won't see it. But he replied to me, the Gaza was continuously getting bombed weeks before October 7th. Go check the timeline of Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. And again, this becomes a tit for tat for how far back in history we want to go. Look, if we really wanted to go there, we could trace the 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 Israeli versus Arab thing all the way back to antiquity. Okay, we could literally take this back to all the way to the time of antiquity, but we don't have to go that far back to talk about Israeli airstrikes prior to October 7th. They were striking enemy combatants. That's not the same thing. To try to equivocate a military airstrike versus someone attacking a music festival just shows you're full of shit. And no other, except for people's intense dislike of Israel, in no regards would people think it is at all equal to say military airstrikes are equal to someone murdering folks at a music festival and then taking others hostage from that very music festival. Again, imagine someone just going up and attacking Hot 97 Summer Jam, killing hundreds of people, then taking hundreds of others as hostages and saying we're not going to give them back unless you give us the Delaware Valley or some shit like that. It's crazy. So uh, sorry guys, I gotta scroll up when new messages pop up. I have to go back up to where I left off. So when people always ask, why is it taking you so long to get to my comments? Because I scroll back up to where I last left off. That causes some a time jump. I mean time lag. Sorry. What's and by the way, what's up, Eric Guapo? What's going on, man? I, I'm on the fourth. Was it you or Eric DeRoca? No, I think that was Eric. Sorry, I think that was Eric Roca. Told me about the um, following, watching all of um, um, damn, what's that show called? Breaking Bad. I'm on the fourth episode so far. I'm gonna finish the whole season, first season, then decide if I want to watch the whole series. But it was a great recommendation by, I believe, the other Eric. We gotta get all three of you back in the group at one time again. Jimmy B says respectfully, you couldn't beat Afghanistan. What do you mean we couldn't beat Afghanistan? We beat the Taliban as soon as it, respectfully, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because I was active duty in the army in that time, and we kicked the Taliban's ass out of Afghanistan in 2001. And because of our efforts, Afghanistan started a democratically elected government that lasted for 20 years until we said, okay, we are no longer going to be your military and police force. You guys need to govern your own country. And I'm sorry, if you don't have the abilities to run your own country within 20 years of self-governance, then it's never going to happen. So to say we couldn't beat Afghanistan is just that's just pure cat, pure cat. We kicked them out in 2001. We kicked the Taliban out in 2001, which is why we had which is why we had a democratically elected government in Afghanistan for 20 years. Again, 20 years from 2001 to 2021 when we pulled out. Pause. um, as a matter of fact, when I was at the University of Maryland, transitioning to a graduate student, Hamid Karzai's granddaughter or goddaughter, whatever, was attending our school because at the time President Hamid Karzai was the elected president of Afghanistan through us, through our efforts, through the blood of my brothers. So respectfully, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, Jimmy. Um, Carlton says, "Yep, America would have hit them layers and layers of bombs. Call it a bomb lasagna." Exactly, dude. If anyone had the audacity to do what they did to Israel, I mean, to do to us what they did to Israel, it would have been bombs over Baghdad. I mean, just think about it. Just the 9/11 attacks set off three set off a war engulfing the entire Persian Gulf from 2001 to like 2006, and then we had ongoing war um, with Afghanistan up until 2021 when we said, all right, with pulling out, and everyone wanted to pull out, but it was only Biden out. So if I give him credit for anything, he botched it up horribly. But at least he had the balls to actually pull out because Trump said he was gonna pull out. Unfortunately, his leaders told him not to. Obama wanted to pull out. His leaders told him not to. So Biden was like, "Man, fuck y'all, I'm pulling out." But it was done. It was done. It was a very. It was very rough hewn. And at this point, I just don't think the logistics. If we looked at the logistics, we probably would have never pulled out. So, but yeah, if just look at the 9/11 attacks, we were engulfed in war for 20 years in the Middle East. Imagine now instead of that, imagine just a like just imagine 80 years of constant warfare with our neighbors. How that would have how that would have radicalized America. Because people forget the backdrop of all the other things that's gone on, not just the attack on that music festival, but everything that's going on beyond it. Again, they are surrounded by Muslim theocracies. They want to blow their asses apart. And it's like you got so many radical Islamic groups. Like people only know of a few, but yes, there's Al Qaeda, there's ISIS, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, there's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That's just five of them. There are more than that. Some of them are satellite factions of those bigger groups, and some of them are independent of them. So this is why they are a strategic ally of us. They share a lot of intel with us, and vice versa. But what's going on, Eric? Ronaldo says respectfully, no one would want to beat Afghanistan when it's beating itself. Yeah, I agree. And Afghanistan is almost like always going to be doomed because, again, we look back, guys. I'm a history nerd too, so mostly, I'm a philosophy nerd and a psychology nerd. I'm a history nerd too. Afghanistan has always been surrounded in turmoil before we occupied them, and it's only because we occupied them for 20 years they were able to elect their own democratic government. Before we occupied them, it was the Soviet Union, and we were the ones who originally armed the Taliban against the Soviet Union. I mean, and if you don't believe me, watch Rambo 3. That's literally the premise of that fucking movie is Rambo 3. Those people he was fighting alongside in Rambo 3, those were the Taliban fighting against the Soviets in Afghanistan. And before the Soviets, it was the British. And before the British, it was the Ottoman Turks. So anyway, Christopher says sleep on Donald Trump. I don't know what that means. Quantum physics is a weirdo, so he can go. Jimmy B says, bro, trying to justify war crimes. No, I'm not. If anything, there's a such thing called justified war theory. Look it up. And what war crimes am I defending? Where did I defend a war crime? I said attacking enemy combatants is a part of war. I said attacking soft targets, i.e., civilians, m- women, and children, is not justified. It's against the code of war. That is a war crime. Did I agree with everything? Did I ever say in any time during the stream that I agree with everything the Israel did, the Israeli Defense Forces did? No. Did I also not say that they have been quite hawkish? Because I believe I did. What I did say is that if you lived in the turmoil which they did, you will see why their government is so hawkish. That's what I said. I didn't say I agree with everything they did. So don't make a straw man of my argument just because you can't defend your claims. It doesn't. When you try to make those irrelevant fallacies, I'm gonna point them out because that shit doesn't work over here. Try that on one of those dumber live streams where people don't know critical thinking skills and don't know the tools of analytic philosophy. This one dude tried to call me Steve Urkel, can't even spell it correctly. Carlton says, yeah, those kids don't deserve to go out that way. Right. Cassie Moon fixes this black man is so stupid. So now I'm a stupid black man because I don't agree with your positions. Okay. You're just an anti Semitic retard and now you're banned off this channel. Because you can attack you can attack what I say and you can disagree. But once you make it a racial issue, that means you have nothing that shows you have no argument. You have no substance behind your claims. You just want someone to agree with you. And because you're not smart enough to rationally defend your claims, you can't defend and justify your claims like they tell us to do in any philosophy 101 class. Defend and justify your claims. You don't have the cognitive ability to do that. So you're gonna attack me on some, oh, this is just a stupid black man. So that shows you lack the ability to make a rational argument. And you want to insult me, so now you're gonna go. You are banned. Like I don't care if people disagree with me. That's cool. But once you start doing ad hominem, you know, doing ad hominems or personal attacks, that's why I'm just gonna get tired of you and be like, all right, you got nothing else worthwhile saying, so I should not take you seriously anymore. I'll take him seriously if you wanted to drop a super chat, but if you want to insult me, drop it in the super chat. That's the only way you won't get banned. Literally, that's literally the only way you're not gonna get banned is if you drop it in the super chat. I'm still time your ass out, but I won't ban you. Jimmy says, "Bro, just blame Britain. It's our fault." Oh, that's why you're talking that trash because you're not even American. That explains a lot. No, in all fairness, you Brits are cool, but you guys got some troubles yourselves. So, and I'm not blaming Britain. What I'm saying is Afghanistan has always. Have you guys ever played? Um, Not Stratego. I think Stratego is related. There's another board game where it's I forgot what it's called, but you try to take over as much as the world as you can. And every time me and my friends play, it seems like as soon as you get in the Middle East, it fucks everything up. Like you can take over like America, Europe, and Africa and East Asia, but for some reason, as soon as it becomes a quagmire as soon as you try to position yourself in the Middle East. I forgot the name of that board game. It's not Stratego, but it's similar to. But anyway, no, I'm mentioning the fact that Salsa Verde, I haven't had these in years, guys, since the 90s. Hmm. All right now. But yeah, Afghanistan has always been a political quagmire. Like I said, with us, like it seems like we should just leave them alone to their devices with the Taliban, which is another thing. This is completely tangential, but it shows why feminism doesn't work because all that feminist shit went right out the window as soon as the Taliban came back. It's like, yeah, y'all ain't going to be going to school. You're not driving cars. You're not going to be just walking around all willy nilly anymore. We're back, baby. No! Jumping on airplanes and shit like, take me with you. Like, yeah, all that. This is why feminism doesn't work. You need men to protect feminism for it to work. If you need men to uphold feminism for feminism to work, it doesn't work. Because at any point when men say "fuck you," like this is why America isn't a patriarchy. Because if we are truly a patriarchy, we'd have shut down feminism a long time ago. In a true patriarchy, like in most of these Muslim theocracies and these East Asian countries and these Eastern European countries, they're not putting up with your shit. This is why the best women come from these sorts of countries, from the Middle East, from Asia, from parts of Africa, from Eastern Europe, from parts of Latin America, because those are patriarchies. But I'm not blaming Britain. I'm saying every every occupying force in Afghanistan has always faced the harshness of not just of the of the people in rebellion against them, but the environment, the the in the region where Afghanistan is situated, and the fortitude of the people who are willing to hold down their way of life is made it that no occupying force can stay there for too long. Like I said, before it was us, it was the Soviet Union. Before the Soviet Union, it was the British Empire, and before the British Empire, it was the Ottoman Turks. So Eric says the fun fact about Egypt and Israel conflict in the '60s, Chris Claremont was inspired by the conflict when he wrote the X-Men. That I didn't know. I thought the whole conflict in X-Men was inspired by the civil rights movement here in America. But I don't know if you're so I don't know if you're referring to the original X-Men, which actually flopped when it first came out. When it was when because the original X-Men was kind of like sort of just a ripoff of Doom Patrol from DC Comics, but when they remodeled it and it became the uh the Uncanny X-Men in 1975, I believe, and they reformed it. I thought it was kind of based off the civil rights movement, but you could be right that it could have been based off the conflict between Egypt and Israel. I could see that as well. I'd be interested in who was Israel and who was Egypt at the time, though. Was it the Mutant Brotherhood, or was it, or the Professor X's uh, X Men? the guy was the guy Kessimon was mocking me because I couldn't pronounce Intifada correctly. Again, I already admitted when I said it that I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly, and I made that clear to everyone in the chat room. I'm probably not saying this correctly. The fact of the matter is that I knew what I was talking about, even if I didn't pronounce the word correctly. I think that is the point that should be of concern. The fact that I knew of these things, to which either he knew and was turning a blind eye towards, or he didn't know and Googled it. Mind you, I'm not using Google because I can't use. Well, I have my other phone here, but I'm not on it. This phone I just use for like basically my running app, so I don't use this phone and drop it. So I'm gonna probably eat some more of these Doritos if you guys don't mind. Jeremy says they're both bad, but they got to. You see, yeah, in those codes it says don't bomb civilians at hospitals. Not saying games aren't bad though. So yeah, I haven't read the Codes of Geneva in a long time because I haven't had to since I was in the army. As far as bombs civilians hospitals, so I know people have criticized the Israeli Defense Forces for bombing hospitals in Gaza, but look, I'll say this: we are not privy to a lot of intel that they and the American military. and others receive. What they have told us, as much as we could can gather, is that a lot of these so-called civilian gathering places like the hospitals and stuff were hiding places for Hamas. The Hamas aren't like, they don't have uniforms that say I'm Hamas. It's like they don't have like a battle insignia saying Autobots and Decepticons like Israel's Autobots, or if you prefer Decepticons for the people who think they're bad. Either way, neither one of them have insignias on them. But at least the Israeli Defense Forces clearly have demarcated uniforms showing they are part of the Israeli Defense Forces. Hamas don't. They're dressed like any other citizens there because they purposely blend themselves into the citizenry as a form of cover, and they use civilian institutions like hospitals as headquarters and gathering places, because any blatant place where it would where is a military stronghold, it would get bombed. And like I said, unfortunately, they will use their own as shields. We known this. This is something we were taught. This is something we that was taught to us in the military decades ago when I was in the army. Like how they radicalize regular folks in the Middle East to become terrorists, like by threatening to kill their families. Um, um, sometimes they use the carrot, sometimes they use the stick. The carrot is saying, "Hey, we got a place for you amongst us. Be one of our brothers. We'll help support you." All this sort of stuff. When the carrot doesn't work, they use the stick. Hey, if you don't join us, we'll take out your whole family. We will grape your sister. We will grape your mother. We will grape your daughters and your wives. And uh, you know, and we will use your homes to hold meetings. Like they don't. I'm sorry, they don't have a layer like the Legion of Doom. Hamas doesn't have like a headquarters deep in the waters of Baton Rouge, or was it New Orleans, wherever. So he said, there's no. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, haha, we will wipe them out today. Ha 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 ha. Put them on a board, the strategic locations where we will decimate them. Ha ha. Like no, they don't have that. Like they literally just gather in people's homes, in hospitals, stuff like that. The mob does this shit. Has anyone not watched The Sopranos and saw how Tony and his uncle Junior would go to his doctor meetings because that's the only place they couldn't like track them, where the FBI couldn't like spy on them, is at his doctor's meetings. So they would literally make doctor's meetings, and then Tony and Junior would gather literally at his doctor's meetings to talk shop. You don't think terrorists do the same sort of things? This this is what they do. If you are ever in a fraternity of any sort, you knew that we had secret meetings held at specific times. Like the times of our meetings were based on the date that we the date that those fraternities were had came into being. So like for ours was established in 2003. So when did we held meetings at 2000 hours and 3 minutes? That's 8:03 p.m. for you guys. Anyway, and we will hold them in just random parts of on campus. We didn't have a specific office for our fraternity, so we held them in places in the library, maybe in a dorm. This is what people do. So anyway, moving on. Carlton says, "quote unquote," they would be a great horror movie title. I always wonder who was they. Exactly. They is a generic pronoun used when people don't really know what they're talking about. That's what they is. And it's always a weasel word. It's always like, like I gave this, that talk 2 weeks ago. I was like, anytime you hear someone using they, ask them what they mean, because that's usually a red flag that they're making a absurd claim. Boss Cedric 1984 says your apartment looks a little sketchy. I guess so because I'm not in an apartment, dumbass. This is a fucking house. This is a this is a room. This is a bedroom. Dumb dumb. Cat says LOL. Kesamoon says Syria, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, Palestine, state all have elected governments. Theocracy is constitution. It doesn't matter how government is elected. Theoc no. No. First of all, Iraq has an elected government because we took out Saddam Hussein. That's why they have an elected government, because of us. Just like Afghanistan had an elected government for 20 years because of us. Iraq still has an elected government because we've built the largest embassy in the Middle East in Iraq, and we're still there at that embassy. Iraq has the largest U.S. embassy in all of the Middle East, and their elected government is due to us, our constant presence there. Duh. Palestine state does not have an elected government. They refuse to have an elected government because, again, when the Palestinian people of Gaza, and if I really wanted to be specific, there's no actual Palestine. These are a bunch of different tribal groups calling themselves collectively Palestinians. But what we don't even have to go that deep because some of you can't do nuance, like Kesimon here that couldn't. I'm not even sure why his statement is still up since I banned him, but since I see it, I'm going to respond to it so that you guys can hear my response to it. Iran, Iran does not have a okay. Syria, Syria has elected government. You mean the guy Bashar Assad who fled to Russia? Kesimon. He doesn't stay up on the news, guys. What he does, I think, he Google shit after the fact, because I think we're all well aware that fucking Bashar Assad, the Assad regime, was a dictatorship, and Bashar Assad has fled to Russia. That's not an elected government. Iran definitely doesn't have an elected government. They are ruled by a fucking dictator. Palestine state, again, you talk if you got to distinguish between the people in the Gaza Strip and the people in the West Bank. The people in the West Bank are part of the Palestinian Authority, and at one point they were going to have an elected government, and then they didn't. So they are still recognized as a ethno state, but they are not a democratic government. Hamas was a democratically elected government in the Gaza Strip, but they are literally a radical Islamist group. That is not that is not a constitutional democracy. He doesn't know the words that he's literally doesn't know the words that he's using. A theocracy is not a constitution. A theocracy is a form of government. Theos meaning God. Ocracy gov- means a religious government. He said it doesn't matter how government is elected. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. If it didn't matter how government is elected, then we wouldn't be arguing over whether it's democratic or not. If it's not a democratically elected government, it's not a democratic government, is it? That's definitionally true. This dude is a fucking idiot. I'm glad I banned him. Why can I still see his uh, messages even though I banned this dumbass? He said Israel's constitution is religious. It is based on Jewish scripture. Hence, Israeli is a theocracy. No, Israel is an ethno state. There is a difference. This guy can't do nuance. This is separate. See, this separates why some people can do philosophy and why some people can't. And philosophy, particularly analytic philosophy, you have to know how to make nuance amongst nuance. And sometimes you have to know when nuance doesn't matter, but just takes critical thinking skills and the tools of reason. He ma- manifestly lacks those abilities. Um, Israel's an ethno state, but they have a democratically elected government. Their president and their legislature are all democratically elected. Now, is it perfect? Far from it. We can talk about some of the problems within Israel as them being, you know, an occupying force within the state of Israel and Palestine. We can talk about that. That doesn't change the fact that they have a democratically elected government. What we would talk about is though that they are ethno state, but that's like calling Japan a theocracy because the state religion is Shinto, and 98% of the population are ethnically Japanese. That doesn't make them a theocracy. Duh. Catherine says totally agree about misusing terminology. Thank you. Carlton says, do you think America will ever commit mass genocide on FBA, which means Foundational Black Americans? Um, in this day and age, I I find it unlikely. First off, we've grown to be such a small part of the population, especially like if you tease us apart from Black immigrants, like collectively, foundational Black Americans and Black immigrants make up what, about 13% of the population. And if you tease apart those who are just FBA, it'll be less than that. Probably be like maybe 11, 10% of the population. Um, we're not we're not the boogeyman in America, so I doubt they will commit mass genocide. Plus, we we're just at this point we're just pretty much American. I mean, with all the problems between Black people and mainstream American society. Um, sorry, let me get back to where I was. The Every time like there's a new comment, it jumps the chat room. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I don't see mass genocide on the FBA because they really, for one, they have no motive to do it. The American government has no motive to commit mass genocide. Two, I think we live in a time where they just couldn't get away with that anymore. Um, and three, it would be very hard to do so. just, just, just. So one, they lack the motive. So I'm saying, so one, they lack the motive to do so. Two, um, most people wouldn't in the 21st century, most people will lack the stomach to do such a thing. And three, just out of pragmatism, it would be hard to actually carry that out. So for those three reasons alone, I don't think there'll be any mass genocide in FBA. Then the fourth reason it's more speculative, but the fourth reason is just that at this point FBA is pretty much more enmeshed in American society than many other um, minority groups are. So that would be another reason. Like for the most part, a lot of us get along rather well with most white people. So I don't see why. So that kind of ties into the lack of motive, as you know, sort of. But separately, I just think we're like more or less considered part of American society, with the part of the fabric of American society at this point. So for those four reasons, no, I don't see them committing mass genocide on foundational Black Americans. Casamoon says, you know more than Amnesty International, you know more than ICJ. You see his fallacious reasoning here, guys. I'm not even point out every sort of fallacy he's making, the question begging arguments, the appeals to irrelevance, evading the topic, doing straw mans, ad hominem attacks, um, asking leading questions like this. He like when people can't make a rational argument, they become almost like a textbook of every logical fallacy you can make. Carlton says, hell no, don't free Luigi, lol. It's a Milo, it's a Luigi. I laid a pipe for the women. Sherry says, I love you glasses. Thank you, Sherry. Agnes says, drink water, people. Got mine. You got yours. Pause. Carlton says, violence is the love language everyone understands. Facts. Put on some more music for you guys. Kesamoon says, here you're advocating for violence. Did I advocate for it? Guys, what did I say? I advocate for it, or did I say I understand why? There's a difference between saying I understand why people are doing it than saying than than saying they should do it. Explanation is not exculpation. What I did say is that the underclass often has to resort to violence to gain any semblance of power from the ruling class, and that it doesn't take reading Das Kapital or any other Marx's like literature to know that he was right, that there is a history of class struggle amongst the underclass and the ruling class, whether you want to call it the proletariat against the bourgeois and all the whatever. It happens, and like I said, he couldn't even identify like stuff he was talking about. And as I pointed out, the labor unions were only given teeth in the early 20th century through organized crime. Before then, during the Gilded Age of the 1920s, with the rise of the robber barons, the average man was fucked. It's only when organized crime got involved with the labor unions that the labor unions had any teeth to help the average man. I'm not saying that was a good thing. I'm just saying, as a matter of course, that's what happened. So, Sherry says you looking nice today. Thank you, Sherry. Casimir says irony, something that you obviously don't understand. Especially since you wouldn't know there's like at least 3 different types of irony. And and I'm using one of them now. Sarcastic irony. Anyway, Carlton says, good point. It's Hundo says, we're going to war. Believe it if you want to. Uh, I don't know. I mean, we're close to it. I'll say that much. His stuff was deleted, but um, I'm just reading them anyway. He said we're most definitely in our last days. Believe that? I don't believe that. You know how many times people have preached the last days? Look at Ghostbusters 2. Literally in Ghostbusters 2, they were making fun of the nut, and this is 1989, talking about these are our last days because of what's his name? The Carpathian wanted to destroy them all. Vigo the Carpathian. It is Vigor. And don't forget Gozer the Gozerian. When they thought they were living in the last days, he said, he's like, Ray, did ever, he said, did it ever, you know, he said, did it ever dawn on you that the reason we're seeing the dead rise is because we are living in the last days? People have been people have been predicting the last days literally for the last 2,000 years. Literally since the last 2,000 years. During biblical times, the end days would have been for them the fall of the Roman Empire. But we made it through. I mean, we had like the Dark Ages, but we made it through. Uh-oh. Time to charge up this bad boy. But we're definitely not in our last days. We've been people have been the excuse me, people have been predicting the last days for the last 2,000 years, and we're still here. We may go, but the Earth ain't going anywhere. I don't know if you all remember the great comedian George Carlin. He was like, "Yeah, humans might be going, but the Earth ain't going anywhere." Oh, now I see why she silenced you, because getting off. You started getting out of pocket with your last comment. It's Hundo, so you can get the ban too, guys. If you're not gonna assault me, you're not dropping a cash app. If you don't, I mean, if you're not dropping a super, if you're not dropping a super sticker, a super chat, if you're not dropping a cash app, you don't get to insult me. You don't get the privilege of insulting someone for free. Catherine says, please like, share, subscribe, buy Contrarian a coffee, or drop a super chat. Thank you. AJ said he was oiled by Diddy in '01. So that was actually funny. Remember, I've said this before, guys. If you're gonna troll, be funny. Like, if you, I don't care if you troll if you're funny. If you troll and you're funny, I'll let it slide. That's actually funny though. He said he was oiled by Diddy in '01. Take that, take that, take that, take that, take that, take that. No, I'm joking. Nah, that shit ain't nothing. Definitely not happening. I was doing my Harlem. I was doing my I was doing my Harlem shake back then though. I was doing my Harlem shake back in '01. But I wasn't getting oiled. No sir. Mm-mm. Well, what guys? I don't understand. So I don't understand why I can still see his comments when I've freaking banned this dude. I don't get that. Oh, I thought I did hide the user. What the hell now? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, okay. Maybe I hit him then unhit him because okay now his messages aren't on here anymore. I'm like, why am I still seeing his messages? It's like I thought I hid Kissing Moon because he's fucking dumb. So now I can get back to the actual people. Eric says, "Shut up, Bob. Don't you have bowling on Tuesday night?" What did Bob say? Bob something says fake Jesus after 70 AD and 45,000 denominations of fraud lets preachers hurt kids and not dropping dead. Real Holy Spirit is gone. All doom. Yeah, I think Bob needs to stop smoking the meth. Catherine says yummy. Yeah, these salsa verde chips are cool. These are good, man. Mm-mm. Basher says, "How you doing?" I'm doing all right. So I'm about to go, guys. Let me get a few other comments first, because I would have been just. I thought I banned Casamon. That's why I still saw all these comments. I was like, why is he still on here after I banned him? So I'm not going to just keep responding to the same comment over and over, just dressed up in different ways. He's basically still saying the same thing over and over again. Israel bad, but he can't defend and justify his claims. So keeps trying to he just keeps trying to repackage the same claim over and over again. He doesn't know what defend and justify a claim means. It doesn't mean doubling down on a claim. when you when you are told to defend and justify your claims, as they often do in most philosophy classes, they mean give evidence to support your views. That's what they mean when they say defend and justify your claims. He patently had the inability to do so. So he just kept repurposing the same claims over and over again and then trying to attack me. That doesn't work. He's immature. I hate when grown men argue out of emotion instead of reason. You need to now that I banned him, he should go do 10 push-ups and get the bitch out of him. Eric says, no, the original X-Men was written by Stan Lee. Chris Claremont wrote it afterwards and gave backstory to Professor X and Magneto. Okay, thank you. So Stan Lee created the, the Doom Patrol ripoff, but it was Chris Claremont who gave it the vision that we saw in the giant X-Men #1 issue back in 1975. They gave us the like racially diverse group. Basha says, "Do you have a TikTok?" Nope. I'm not using that Chinese spyware. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. He says, "I mean, you shouldn't attack a hospital. Should have treated it as a hostage situation." How? That's not. I get what you're saying, but if the people are willingly there, that they're not hostages. It would be different to say that they were holding members, they were holding up people in Gaza as hostages, but those people aren't hostages. These same people were yelling applause during the attacks of the September 11th attacks in 2001. Yeah, these folks aren't hostages. Again, I don't like when there's civilian casualties on either side, but it's a difference between when someone strategically targets civilians and then when civilians just and then the difference between when civilians happen to be um, either confused with enemy combatants because they're enmeshed with them or they I mean, or maybe they support them because, like I said, most of the people did agree with half of the people there agree with Hamas, the other half don't. So it's a really shitty situation. But if they are enmeshed with this with the citizenry, with their blessings, they're not hostages. So Bashir says, "Can you see my comments?" By the way, I can. Just had to get down to them. Once I had silenced that idiot Kesimoon Thick, I could get to everyone else's comments. You'll have one person try to flood the chat room with inane comments and occupy all my time, so I can't get to everyone else's comments. Carlton says, "Yeah, they'll use their own kids as self-delete or bombers." Yeah. When you're radicalized, guys, you stop seeing people as people. You see them as you, you, you see them as things that people who can do things for you. You don't see them as ends unto themselves. You see them as things that you can make. You see them as means to your ends. You dehumanize them, and they are willing to dehumanize their own folks because for them the ends justify the means. Whereas the means justify the ends shouldn't justify the means. Meaning that we shouldn't dehumanize people to perpetuate some ideology. Instead, the ideology should work to better the people. Once you put the ideology before the people, you're going in a bad way. Basha says form 0 to 100 real quick. You willing? I don't know what you mean. Cat says Basha, it takes control. Excuse me. It takes Contrarian a while to address all the comments. Yeah, because like I said, that one dude was flooding the comment section. Wait, why is he still here? Oh, I think he had multiple versions of himself planted in here. Because I don't see why he keeps coming back up. He just used multiple versions of himself to keep flooding the comment section. Kesmoon says, "Hope the internet finds these things you are saying when you get a little bit more fame." I hope they do too. Because see, unlike you, Kesimoon Thick, I can rationally defend and justify my claims. So anything that I say here, I can defend. So it doesn't matter whether I have a lot of fame or no fame. I can always defend my claims and justify them because I have the tools of reason to do so. You do not. So you have to worry about ad hominem attacks and worry about, oh, in the future, I hope you get famous so the internet will rightly criticize you for your thoughts. Nigga, suck a dick. How about that? Hope they remember me saying that too. They were like, they'd be like, so, Amon, aka Just A Contrarian, why did you tell that guy back in December 17th, 2024 to suck a dick? I'm like, I'm gonna tell you why I told him to suck a dick. Because he's a bitch. And he couldn't make any rational debate with me, so he had to keep appealing to logical fallacies and personally insulting me. So I told him go suck a dick. And people were like, oh, well, it's kind of graphic, but I get it. There you go. BDS, BDIS 89 is one of the got drones flying over them. We're not going to even get into that. Who knows? Ruggin 62 says, "Can you smell what the Rock is cooking?" Tell you what I do. I'm gonna take one of these Doritos, turn that side bits, Turn the sun bit sideways. I'm gonna shove it straight. Doobie says, "Can I debate with you, sir? About what? I'm no professor. I'm just a nerd." Carl Karsnark says most Israelis are atheists, belief, but they believe their God promised in Palestine all the same. It's weird. Uh, you're making an unfounded, yeah, unwarranted claim. On what do you support that claim that most Israelis are atheists? Most Israelis are not atheists. On top of that, is within Judaism, there are different types of Judaism. You have Orthodox Judaism, you have Reform Judaism, and you have a third type of Judaism. Not to mention, you also have the people who are the mystics into the Kabbalah stuff. So, and then finally, you have some Jewish folks who are atheists. So, to say that mostly all of them are atheists, you patently don't know anything about Israelis, Jewish culture, or faith. You're just being anti Semitic. And you're talking about they promised in Palestine all the same. You don't even know history. Israel existed before Palestine. Israel literally existed about 1,500 years before Palestine. So saying that God promised in Palestine, don't you mean God promised in Israel? Because again, Israel existed before Palestine. Duh, look it up. Some of you are historically illiterate, and it shows in some of the comments you say. Global Runner says you're spectacular. You know it. I'm just thinking you're a poet. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Um, so your words helped me, but only the Lord knew it. Well, uh, thank you, and you're welcome, I guess. Uh, Carl says, yes, they quote unquote get their own country, but no one else does. They call that racist, of course. No, here's another thing. You're also geographically illiterate. So the Jewish people have one and only one country. Muslims have literally like 30 or so countries. I've been to the largest one, Indonesia. Indonesia is the largest Islamic country in the world. Right next to it is Malaysia, another Muslim country. And these aren't even in the Middle East, these are in Southeast Asia. Surrounding Israel are nothing but Muslim theocracies or Muslim aligned countries: Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Oman, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Lebanon, Uzbekistan, and so on and so on. So Muslims can have like 30, damn near 50 countries of their own, but you're telling me Jewish people can't have one ethno state of their own, but they can have 50 countries of their own. 30 of them are theocracies. About 30 of them are theocracies, but there's about at least 50 Muslim aligned countries. But you're worried about Israel amongst those 50 countries. So it shows you're geographically illiterate. The difference is Israel isn't as poor as those other fucking countries. Most theocratic countries are poor, Muslim or not, because Kel Surprise, when a government is ruled by religious clerics, they don't do too well. Carl says they're entitled to your country, but never the reverse. Again, what whose country are they taking over? You're full of shit. again, Israel predates Palestine by 1,500 years. 1,500 years. And then then see what's going to happen is people always try to say, well, Palestine, they try to take over Palestine. Israel existed before Palestine. Once you once you acknowledge that, then they'll try to change. They'll try to move the goalposts and say, well, in modern times it was Palestine. Actually, no. In modern times, before the establishment of Israel, that whole area was occupied and governed by the British, and it was a multicultural territory. After the events of World War II, the British, along with the budding UN at the time, the United Nations, decided to let the Jewish people have their own state, and they carved out part of that occupied region that was owned by the UK at the time and gave them to them as their sovereign state. So even before in modern times, before the establishment of the modern state of Israel, that was a that place was occupied by the British. It was not run by any Palestinian government. The last time it was a Palestine was before the Middle Ages. Yeah. Carl says how many Europeans are in the Israeli government? How many Israelis are in Western governments? Why are you asking leading questions? He said, yeah, it's bad, ain't it? They get all of your tax dollars, you get none. Okay. Anyway, random aviation kids in Chicago is dangerous. Definitely so. By the way, what's up, Moonlit? I didn't see you in the house, man. What's up? All right, scroll back up, guys. Um, I love when people try to debate a nerd like as if I didn't have my head in like a book for like most of my life. Not to mention, I actually travel and I have friends. I have international friends. Rod Ruth says, "What is your view with Trump calling the Canadian Prime Minister a governor, stating Canada should become the 51st state?" Simple. It's called humor. That's what. I don't. I'm not saying you per se, but a lot of people seem to take everything that this guy says like entirely like as the it's a sign of intelligence that you can recognize sarcasm and dry humor. He didn't literally mean turning Canada into the 51st state. If you took that from what he said, then that's kind of your own issues. Not saying you per se said that, bro, but people who cannot distinguish dry humor and sarcastic irony from like serious like statements, it shows a it shows it shows a lack of comprehension. I'll put it that way. I think that's a nice way to put it. It shows a lack of comprehension. But again, I'm not saying that's you. I'm not going to put that on you. But the question, the way you put it, someone might think that. So I'm addressing anyone who does think that. Carl says Britain still quote unquote owns Canada and Australia and New Zealand. We'd have to go to King Charles for permission, I suppose. No, they're part of the. Nominally, yes, they still claim King Charles. Why are you still saying Prince Charles? Oh, no, sorry, I'm sorry. You said King Charles. Yes, nominally, King Charles is the leader, but he has no decision making. He has no powers over Australia, New Zealand, Canada, uh, Jamaica, and other parts of the Caribbean, nor India, like or parts of Africa. Some of those countries are still aligned economically and politically with Britain, um, but no longer as an empire, but as a what do they call it? Not a confederation, a um, whatever you call it. I can't remember, but they don't belong to Britain anymore. They're all sovereign, self-governing countries. Canada doesn't use the British pound. Australia doesn't use the British pound. New Zealand doesn't use the British pound. Jamaica doesn't use the British pound. Um, it's not their last little bit of empire. Again, they are not controlled by the UK. They have a political allegiance to Britain, but they are all sovereign nations. Britain doesn't control if Australia wants to go to war or their currency. So it's again, some people really need to learn their history and geography. Random aviation says, "What do you feel about Ukraine and Russian war?" I've addressed that so many times, man. As far as Ukraine is battling a losing war, and I don't give a fuck about Ukraine because the way they treated the black and Indian uh, immigrants in their country when they were invaded by Russia, they didn't allow those people to escape. They even tried to tell some of them they had to be conscripted into service to fight on behalf of the Ukraine. On top of that, they have a they have a whole Nazi culture in Ukraine, which was originally by mainstream society said doesn't exist. So we found out they have a whole fucking battle regiment that are Nazis. On top of that, a lot of folks around there have Nazi symbolism, not neo-Nazi symbolism throughout the culture. So fuck Ukraine. That's what I'll say about them. Carl says Putin, Zelensky are just typical Russian oligarchs with cultural ties to Israel. What are you talking about? Putin? What? You're not even spelling Zelensky correctly. Zelensky is Jewish. So what are you talking about? Zelensky literally is a Jewish man. He's a Ukrainian Jew. But Israel did not support. They said, Zelensky is welcome in Israel, but they don't support the Ukrainian war because Ukraine is not a friend of Jewish people. They are they harbor a lot of neo-Nazi culture. They have a whole Nazi regiment called the Azimov Battalion. Same with cultural ties. You're literally you're just this point. I realize you're just a conspiracy theorist. So I realized I can't take you too seriously what you're saying and thinking. I said two good old fashioned Russian oligarchs. Zelensky is not a Russian oligarch. He's not even Russian. He's a he's an ethnic Ukrainian Jew. How is he a Russian oligarch? You literally don't know what the words you're saying. Carlton says the trolls in the chat aren't that smart. LOL. They really aren't, bro. He says Putin is okay, KGB. He's still living in the Cold War. Zelensky is a total stooge, a literal comedian. So what? We've had we've had actors become we had an actor become one of the greatest presidents who's ever lived. Ronald Reagan. He was a actor turned governor turned president. Trump. Trump was a real estate mogul turned TV reality star turned president. He starting off as a comedian has nothing to do with his his efficacy as a president. And he's not Russian. He's not a Russian oligarch. Like if he was a Russian oligarch, what you're saying just doesn't make sense. You're not very bright, Carl. If he was a Russian oligarch, why would he be fighting a war against Russia? That doesn't make sense. Moonlit says, "Hey trolls, daddy's home." He said, "Also read a fucking book, right?" Sherry says, "Why are you so smart?" Because I read a lot. That's why I got these glasses. There's books littered all over my bedroom, and I have books in my other home in the Philippines. Um, and I have where are my other books? Um, yeah, some in the Philippines, some in this bedroom. Yeah, well, almost all of them in the bedroom in this bedroom. Then the others in the Philippines. Um, then there's the other ones that I lost, but that's a whole different matter. And I hold multiple degrees. I just don't talk about them. But I am a nerd. Carl says 1 million dead young men in a place with a plummeting population as it is, almost like that was part of the plan, almost. Okay, whatever you say. Random says, do you think slaves built the Great Pyramids? No. There's no, that's been debunked a long time ago. I mean, that's been debunked so many times. The building of the pyramids was a community effort by the ancient Egyptians. And there's no at that point there's no evidence that there was a mass of Hebrews living in ancient Egypt at the time they would have built the pyramids. That simply doesn't congeal with historical evidence. The evidence shown is that it was a community effort because they were literally building pyramids to their gods. This was a community effort. It was not built by slaves. And any Hebrews who were living amongst the Egyptians at the time would have been a part of their community, not slaves. Were there slaves there? Yes, but the labor force that went into building the pyramids were not were not mainly slaves. That's been debunked a long time ago. Carl says a single war will cause more quote unquote change than 100 nonviolent protests. Sad but true. Um, if you say so. Carl says Jesus was non-violent, quote unquote, but had violence done to him by the state all the same. I don't get I don't get your line of reasoning here. This is very non sequitur. I'm starting to think you're also on the schizo spectrum because everything you're saying is like not coherent. Your statements are all over the place. They're not coherent, and I'm guessing it's over 12. Nope, it's not yet 12, but it look like you stepped into the nutty arena early because this is definitely sounds nutty. Let me see if my friend from India hit me up. So gotta go. Sherry says good looks. Thank you, Sherry. Moon says Moonlit Fern Guy says chat, like, share, and subscribe. Super chat is at the bottom right of your screen. Donate instead of Google. um, terms and he said donate instead of Google terms and using them stupidly. Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. And you know the funny thing, Moonlit, is like they have to actually Google things to challenge me on things that I just already know. Whereas like I'm actually the one at the disadvantage because I can't go online when I'm doing a vertical stream to like fact check things. So I'm literally going from memory recall or just like reasoning reasoning right here in the moment. Like I get some things wrong, but by and large, I think I'm doing a better job at just recalling from memory and from my own reasoning skills than some of these people who have to actually Google things to try to counter me. That's I think that says something that I you know, I can chew and you know, I can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time. Whereas these guys gotta sit there and kind of Google facts to try to disagree with me. Carlos's pyramids were built by master craftsmen, not slaves. We even have their working quarters and records. That I will agree with Carl is correct. That is correct. Like again, it was considered a community effort in order to build the uh, the pyramids. They weren't made by slaves, which is I guess a good thing, right? My necklace. Sherry said, "Show your necklace." Just it's just my dog tags. A little tangled up, but it's just my dog tags. That's all. Um, Carl says it wasn't quote unquote fun, but it wasn't life under the whip either. Fair enough. That's fair. It 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 was definitely laborious. So it being under doing like backbreaking work in 90-degree weather pretty much is not going to be fun for anyone unless you're just into masochistic type of stuff. Steph says hello from Scotland. I don't believe in God or gods. There's so many to choose from. LOL. Well, if you're gonna choose a god, choose one that actually works for you. Stop. There's actually an old there's a Marvel comic book with Thor, and he's coming down from the sky, and I think this little black kid is reaching up to him. He's like, "Oh my god!" He said, he, he said, "Oh my, you actually exist." And Thor kind of shits on, basically just shitting on Jesus. He's like, "What kind of God would I be if I didn't actually respond to my people?" I'm like, "Okay, so say you shitting on Jesus, but I'll say you shitting on Jesus." Like, okay. Carl said beer was used as money. Um, I don't remember if it was beer or if it was like the grains that made beer, like barley and stuff like that. Sherry says, yeah. One says, cheers, Scotland. Sherry said, that's a long yeah time. YIME. Are you saying a long time or a long yime? I didn't get that. Carl says, beer equals carbs equals calories. It makes water safely drink. Very clever. Yeah, because they fermented the drink, which you do so through heating and distilling. Yeah, so yeah. But the problem with that is beer is not a good beer is not a good way of hydrating yourself. It's going to dehydrate you more. So not the best way to beer is not a good way to hydrate yourself. I mean, live in a frat house. It's not a good way to that is not a good way to hydrate yourself at all. Random says, "Do you think slaves built the Great Pyramids?" I'm not racist. We already answered that, bro. Sherry says, "Well, Carlos last days for whom some folks are rising while others fall, so it goes." Steph says, "Yeah, George Carlin was ahead of his time. Yeah, he's still one of the. He's still what we can consider a comedian's comedian. He's definitely one of the still one of the greats. No bones about it." I'm gonna say yes he was Steph. Carl says Carlin would get canceled by his federal liberals today. Again, we're agreeing again, Carl. We're two for two now. Yeah, Carlin would be Carlin would be pushed to the right today. I've been pushed to the right, and I've been a progressive since I was in uh, since I was in my 20s. But after, but 4 years ago just pushed me right. It was just accumulative. Then last year I just had enough. But yeah, um, Carlin would probably be considered like a moderate conservative by today's standards, because again, the left subjects each other to a parity test. You have to agree with them on everything, or you're not a true liberal. You're not a true progressive, or whatever different other sorts of leftists that claim allegiance within that group. Like if you disagree with them on anything, all of a sudden you're conservative. You can disagree. You can agree with them with like 99 out of 100 things, and I guarantee on that 100th thing, if you disagree with them, they will shun you for it. Especially if it deals around the LGBTQ VXYZ. Like that's one that will get you completely shunned from the group. You could agree with them on literally everything else. If you disagree with them on that, oh no, you're done. Sherry says, "Yeah, guys, LOL." Sherry said, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry." Carlton says the Earth will always be here. Once people are gone, another species will reign supreme. Yeah, I mean, they'll reign supreme. It won't mean that they're intelligent, though. I think we're the only ones who have ruled through, will reign, who have been reigning through intelligence. Another group will reign just through like sheer numbers, or brute strength, or whatever it may be. Sherry says, "Hi." Melissa says, "LOL, I'm dead." He said, "Why is he weaving?" You talking about when I was doing the Harlem Shake earlier? So, because I know I'm behind. I was when the guy was saying you got diddled in 2001. I was like, I didn't get diddled in 2001. I said, but I was doing my Harlem Shake in 2001. I was like, uh, now. Moon says Kessimon get screwed. Sherry says, Yum, I can hear the crunch from all the way down here. Pause. So I was gonna open my pistachios too, but I don't think I'm being greedy. Kettle brand chips rule. No, these are Doritos. The salsa verde. Earlier, I was eating some sour cream and onion chips. This was food day, so I was kind of going ham on the snacks. Speaking of ham, yeah, I'm kind of hungry. Sorry. Main says bonjour. Be the fear. I don't get it. How you go from bonjour to be the fear? But yeah, salut ça va. If he's still here, I don't know. Moon says, "Sorry, I'm late, soldier, doing physical therapy, but I'm here and listening." Nah, I'm glad you're doing well, man, with the recuperation. Have you seen Miss Needles? I haven't seen her. I think she would be probably getting up around this time of day. This should be morning time in Germany. Oh, Othman said that is my slogan. Okay, be the fear. Okay, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But Catherine says, "Hey Moonlit, how are you?" He was like, "I'm alive, cat." Yeah, I know you. I know you're still going through the healing process. like I said, once you heal, you're gonna have that that $6 million foot, so you can do them little lethal roundhouse kicks. Jesus crust is collateral damage is the word. Thank you. That was the term I was looking for earlier, and it was bringing up with that idiot uh, Kesamun, whatever the fuck his name is. Um, he was trying to he was trying to equivocate um, collateral damage to the intentional targeting of innocent people. When you intentionally target innocent people, that is terrorism. But when innocent people die as a happenstance of you hitting enemy combatants, that's collateral damage. Not the collateral damage isn't bad; it's very bad. The difference is the difference is in whether it was intentional or not. Usually, whether you're talking about the Israeli army, I mean the Israeli defense forces, or American military, or other Western forces that have agreed to go by the codes of Geneva, um, it, it has to be a bit of a calculation when you hit targets. You have to weigh how much collateral damage is likely to happen and whether it's acceptable or not. The benefits have to outweigh the costs. Like, you know, does it does it justify eliminating 1,000 enemy combatants if it's gonna also unalive, you know, 5 civilians? Oh, that's not a problem. Five, okay, acceptable loss. What about 10? What about 15? What about 20? What about 25? What about 100? It, it it's a matter of judgment. But again, the difference is with collateral damage, it's not you're not intentionally harming non-combatants. Even even by the codes of Geneva, even an enemy combatant, if they surrender to you, you are not allowed to kill them. So if you and I are fighting, I get the upper hand, you drop your rifle and put your hands up in submission, it would be a war crime for me to still kill you. Now, does that still happen? Absolutely it does, and it's wrong. But we recognize that it's wrong. If an enemy combatant gives up, you are not you can by the codes of Geneva, you are not supposed to still kill him. It does still happen, but it's not supposed to happen. That is the difference. So again, if you and I are fighting it out, I get the upper hand and you drop your weapon in submission and say, I give up. I'm not allowed to kill you. That's part of the Codes of Geneva. Moon says, I kind of disagree, Jesus. He said, war never changes. I don't know what Bailey said, but Moon said, no, Bailey, donate super chat. And they whatever she or he said was retracted again. So Moon said, then no. James says, hi, brother. We are in San Antonio, Texas. What's up, James? Down there in San Antonio, near, I believe that's Fort Hood is right outside of San Antonio. Moon says, swallow slow, Casimir. Yeah, let him just gargle the balls right up in his throat. Let his uvula touch on the scrotum. Howard says, good evening. What's up, Howard? Moon says, historically, illiterate is the quote of the day for these kids. Howard says, Turkey is going to be a problem eventually. What you mean, eventually? It they, I mean, we've already had problems with what's the guy's name? I can't remember his name, but yeah, Turkey's already, we've already had issues with Turkey. Hairstyle says, debate me on live. I'll make you a fool. I'll make a fool out of you, little bro. How am I, little bro? I guarantee I'm older than this dude. But anyway, he says, you don't know a bit of history right here. You reading comments, which I posted 30 minutes ago. There's no back and forth conversation. Do you got balls? Um, huh? What, what, what is this retard saying? Is he asking me to do a screen share and invite him on? Because I didn't set up my live stream to do that. If he means just sending comments to which I'll respond, I mean, obviously that's what I'm doing already. Dumbass. Man, these people are retarded. I guess we are past the 12 o'clock hour, so they're going to get dumber. It's just Kesimo. He keeps coming back under different usernames, and so he's literally just changing his things, his username. So let me ban all of them in succession. Mm-mm-mm. I hate how the chat room sends me all the way to the bottom of the chat, so I have to go back up to catch everything that I missed. Some of the responses I can tell are already funny. uh, Melissa says, "Go sit in the corner, kid. Be humble." All gas, no brakes says, "What we do in life echoes in eternity." I guess if you believe in eternity, I think eternity is sort of a incoherent, but I mean, well, we could talk about that another day. Melissa says, "Okay, define that all gas." Howard Clegg says the Jews fought the British and then the UN acted. Huh? What do you mean the Jews fought the British? When did I don't get it. When did the Jews fight the British? What? And WB says, where in the USA are you? Maryland. Howard says it's tough to be an actual historian these days. Um, Random says, the moon is moving away from Earth. Um, okay. That doesn't really fit the conversation, but all right. Um, I don't know if it's moving away from the Earth per se. That might be true. But understand that when a celestial object is in orbit with another, that means it's actually falling towards it. It's just falling toward it at a constant rate that it will never fall into it. This is Newton gravitation 101. Um, but when a celestial object is in orbit of another object, or 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 orbiting another gravitational mass, it is falling towards that other thing, that gravitational mass or that other object at a constant rate to which it will never actually fall into it, presumably. uh, Moon says exactly these are people that never traveled out their small town, so they have no real view on culture nor how the world works. Right. This guy has like a million usernames. I think yeah, he definitely has mental health issues. He's a NWB says hello from California. What's up, man? He said from Sacramento. Okay. Yeah, this guy's literally just making up a million usernames. You can tell he's literally disturbed that he has to keep coming back under different usernames. Why would I want to debate someone who's mentally unhinged? No, I'm not inviting you on my live because I'm not going to have someone who has unpredictable behavior on a live stream with me where you could get me demonetized or even deplatformed because most likely you will do something very inappropriate on the live stream. No, I wouldn't debate someone who's patently unhinged as you are. Whatever name you want to keep coming under, you are mentally unhinged. Because I'm pretty sure you're still in this chat room under a new name. I'm not going to debate someone mentally unhinged, and I'm not going to bring them on my live stream. I will only bring someone on my live stream whom I trust enough not to do something patently stupid. And you have shown that you don't have that self control. The fact that you keep coming under different usernames show you have no impulse control, and you have no life. You would just go somewhere else, go watch Netflix, go beat off, because you definitely don't get pussy. If you got pussy, you wouldn't be sitting here badgering another person because because you feel butthurt that you don't have the cognitive ability to debate them using tools of reasoning. So you want to make insults and say and throw taunts about debating you. Why would I want someone mentally unhinged on my channel as someone who has part of the YouTube partnership program? You're not gonna help me. You're not gonna get me to violate the rules of the YouTube partnership program to get me demonetized or deplatformed. Absolutely not. You're fucking stupid and you're mentally unhinged. But because of the Dunning Kruger effect, you don't even know that you're stupid. Howard Clark says sarcasm is best when it's looked at as legitimate. He who laughs best. Point taken. Moonless says 2 centimeters. Random aviation kid isn't hurting us. Yeah, like I said, not only so I haven't heard about the moon drifting away slowly, but what I have heard is the rotation is slowing a bit. Not not enough that it's going to change like the tidal effects because the moon and the earth form system, like one system. Um, but with both the speed of the rotation as well as the shape and direction of the revolution of the moon earth system around the sun. Actually, not around the sun. A lot of people don't even know this. I'm gonna be an astronomy nerd for a second. So the Earth and all the other planets, eh, you know, of course, revolve around the sun. The sun, but the funny thing is, the sun actually isn't the center of mass within the solar system. It's a little bit off from the center of mass, but that's a astronomy fact for another day. um, yeah, this guy has a million usernames. It's really sad. This Sherry, can you hook up some pussy for this dude? Not you, not you. I'm not saying you give away your goodies. I'm sure your goodies are, you know what I'm saying. But can you hook up this nut job with some? Um, I'm sure he can. I'm sure he can scrounge up $40 somewhere, right? Cash app something. Hook him up with some goodies. He needs something to clear his mind. You know what I'm saying? Dunjo says hello everyone. What's up, Dunjo? Dunjo is back in the house. Sarah said true. Most people don't know that. She says, Will it laughing? I'm at the bottom of this chat. Okay, good stuff. I can eat some more Doritos. No, I'm saying I was telling Sherry, not you. You know, I'm sure you know some people who know some people. Get them some snatch because we don't want you giving away your goodies. I'm sure your goodies are the good stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can't be giving away the angel cakes to the hoi polloi. But that man needs some. He's come back here under like 10, like I'm not even lying, like 10 different usernames saying debate me, put me on your live. Like first of all, I can't put him on my live because on a vertical stream, you have to set it up you have to set it up before you go live that you can accept that you can invite guests onto your live stream. I didn't do that. But two, even if I did do that, of course I don't trust that dude to be on my live stream. He's a weirdo. You know, he's the sort of dude who's probably gonna like um do some sort of do something really out of pocket while on the live stream. He's either gonna, you know, show his little 2-inch dick, or because you know it ain't large. Ain't no one with a big dick. No one, yeah, I'm saying it. No one with a big dick acts like a bitch like that. People with a big dick act like they got a big dick. No, no Diddy. Actually, though, Diddy would like that, but no Diddy. Sherry says that people are like that. Owen says I'm dying. He said, "Don't make me laugh too hard. I got screws in my foot." Oh yeah, my bad, yo. But nah, you know that dude is working with some little dick energy. Talk, who the fuck comes in like 10 different usernames? Debate me, bro. That was getting real. That was getting real. Sus. Debate me, bro. Debate me on live. Nah, son. He like I said, I don't trust him. He'll probably go on live and start beating off or something and get me demonetized, and they're gonna take my channel down. Because even if it's someone else that's doing something, I'm still responsible for it under the YouTube guidelines. Dude, don't call me beloved. That's all right. We Abdur, sorry. We've talked about this before many weeks ago. You are struggling with your sexuality, bro. And I assure you, no straight man wants another man calling him beloved. That is beyond sus. I know you say you're straight and you supposedly have a woman, but dude, negative. Don't call another man beloved. That's you better take that to Bad Boy Records. It ain't happening over here. This is death row. We don't do that over here. Sherry says, "Hey yo, he a dude." I know, right? Like that's just sus, man. And we look, Sherry, you weren't here before. We literally had discussions with this guy. Like the whole chat room is like literally the whole chat room was like, "Yo, what you're saying is very effeminate." Like he was saying, like he would talk about he would say that guys are sexy and he could imagine being with a dude. But he claimed he was still straight and had a woman. I'm like, yeah, all right, if you say so, man. It's like just come on out, just ease on out of that closet, man. Just ease right on out that closet. Ain't no need to pretend. And even if he isn't uh, quote unquote gay, he's definitely part of the questioning, and the questioning is one of the letters in the LGBTQ. So far, like they keep coming up with different ass fucking things literally like every year, but it's like LGBTQQ 2SIPAA, and I'm not lying. and in some for some groups, it's more letters than that, but that's mostly all of them. So one Q stands for queer, the other one stands for questioning. He's definitely within the questioning category, but I think he's beyond question. I'm pretty sure he's taking pipe. Dude is taking pipe. No man calls another man beloved that ain't taking pipe. He's getting that Super Mario Brothers right now, but he ain't getting it from Luigi. He's getting it from he's getting it from Wario. That's why the mustache goes the other way. Wario be Wario ain't laying pipe. He packing fudge. Oh snap! Oh, it's hot. Why is it so hot? Oh. Oh man, call another man beloved. Yo, that's so fucking sus. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting silly, guys. I get silly when I'm tired. Sorry. But claim he got a girl. Nah, son. No, you don't. He may have a trans woman, but he don't have a girl. He be shopping for his girl at the Blue Oyster. you, if you're not Gen X, you don't get that joke. And Kaz right, she says it's the emasculating contrarian. Joe Joe Cox says Abdur is not struggling with his homosexuality. He is embracing it. No, he's not, Joe. You weren't in these previous live streams where he literally said he was straight, but he just thought that men can be sexy, and he said, I don't find anything wrong with calling other men cute. You weren't in those live streams. Moonlit was here. Ask Moonlit. Moonlit was Moonlit can tell you that dude was definitely struggling with his sexuality. He no. He said he was straight, but he said he thought it was nothing wrong with thinking that another man is sexy and calling him cute. And everyone in the chat room was like, no, sir. You are in that rainbow community and you need to just admit it. You weren't here, Joe Cox. Moonlit says Abdur hit the brakes. Uh Jordan and you says, how's your marketing business going? You talking about my lead gen or whatever? I mean, it's all right. I'm not Sherry says, nah. Moonlit says, okay, the weirdos are here. I know it's after 12, Moonlit. You know that's about my time to exit. It's almost 12. Yes, no, it's past 12:30. Sherry said he must be mad gay, huh? I can't, so because I don't know this dude in real life, other than he is a dude and he's saying really sus stuff, I know that he's in that community, that alternative community. What he actually is, though, I can't say, but we can definitively say that no straight man talks that way. Like he's not, and like the thing is, sure, he wasn't even trolling. Like he was like just legit thinking that was okay to an okay way to talk to another grown man, and so it's like it would be different if he was trolling, because you know a lot of people will say um homosexual things just to taunt and troll, but he wasn't. Like he was just being he was a nice he was being a nice person, but it was just completely inappropriate to talk to another grown man in that form, another straight grown man. Like again, if you had the blue oyster, that's fine. And again, guys, if you don't know what the blue oyster is, go do yourself a favor and watch Police Academy. You'll thank me later. Abdur says, I said, see, he's even said it. He said, I said some guys are cute. Saying any guys as cute as out of pocket though, Abdur. And I hope I'm saying your name correctly because I'm not trying to be funny when I'm saying your name. I'm just trying to make sure I say it correctly because I keep confusing it with Abdul. So I keep trying to over pronunciate it to make sure I'm saying Abdur. But he said, yeah, I said some guys are cute, which again, saying some is still out of pocket for any straight man. No straight man says some guys are cute. That's just not, that's not, that is not an adjective we would use to refer to another man. We say women and children are cute. We don't say men are cute. We say women are cute, children are cute, animals are cute. Those things. We don't say another grown man is cute. No one points to Sylvester Stallone and says he is cute unless they are a woman or they are gay. You know what I'm saying? Sherry says he must be in the LGBTQ community Zoom meetings. I don't know what's more insulting, calling it a Zoom meeting or or saying he's in that community. I I think calling it a Zoom meeting just makes it even worse. Dang, that's a double, that's like a double insult. Personally, I wouldn't take that level of insult. Not trying to sound like Saint the Sinner here, but yeah, personally, I wouldn't take that level of insult. Joe Friday. Okay, so he's trolling, but this is funny. He said Joe Friday says no Jay Simpson was good, bro. That's funny though. No Jay Simpson. That's funny. I assure you, I have not killed any snow bunnies. I have not killed any snow bunnies. I assure you. I mean, I might kill them, but not in that way. I might kill the yeah. I might I might stab the twat, but I ain't gonna, I'm not I'm not murking anyone. No sir. But if she want to, if she want the whole 9 yards, holla at me. It's Jack the Beanstalk says several names for the same thing, queer bag. Yeah, but I mean, let's be respectful of them. Like, I don't have to agree with them to call them what they want. Just as a matter of respect, I'll call them what they want. Doesn't mean that I'll agree with what they, you know, with their lifestyle, but you know, we can be respectful of it, irrespective of how we feel about it, right? Joe Cox says you getting fruity too. No, I'm not. That's your mother. Anyway, Catherine says either that or he's super religious. I, I've never heard it. I've been around super religious people. I've been around really Catholic people. I've been around Orthodox Jewish people. I've been around, strict Muslim people. I've never heard any of them calling other men beloved, as far as I know, unless that's in like some sort of very like niche community, like Quakers or I don't know. But yeah, I've even in religious communities, I've never heard men refer to other men as beloved. Maybe you have, Kat. I don't know. Sherry says Super Mario Brothers is wild. Yeah, getting that Wario. Moonla says the alphabet community, we love you, but don't be saying all that. Sherry's laughing. Am I saying this right? Mehsal Yumayanga says hi. Is that a Tagalog word, Mehsal? You're probably not still here because I only see 6 people in the chat active right now. But that sounds like a Tagalog word, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. What's up, BSK? What's going on, man? He said drone action rumors. No, there's definitely drone action. We just don't know what they are. And the federal government knows what it is, but just like with the balloon, remember the balloons several years ago, and they wouldn't tell us what was going on with that. The thing is, when people see stuff going on and the federal government refuses to elucidate the general population on it, it causes panic and hysteria. You don't need that, especially in a time of economic turmoil. You take economic turmoil with something like the hysteria going on from like seeing militaristic balloons coming from China or these now drones. It that could be a powder keg situation, taking people who are already economically distressed and then giving them some fears with these drones. Like, tell the people what's going on. If you trust, they look. I know that the average person is dumb as far as the government is concerned. However, collectively, people will get it. Like if you say, "Hey, we believe this is from such and such nation," and they're kind of testing what we will do with national security, like when CHINA was doing that with those balloons several years ago. If they just say, if they just blunt, if they're just honest, it would go a long way if the government was just sometimes very honest instead of just being opaque about everything. Their their go-to move is always secrecy. But if they literally just said, "Hey, we believe this to be coming from such and such nation," and it looks like they're doing this just to test our national security or stuff like that, then people could accept that. I mean, people will be like, you'll have half the people saying, "Just ignore it," then you'll have other people saying, "We should go to war." Either way, at least people won't be in a panic state. But when people can patently see these things overhead their homes and no one's doing anything about it, you got people in the federal government denying it, when your very own mayor is saying what is going on and they're not getting answers from the federal government too, it causes panic. This leads to moral panic, aka social contagion disease, um, aka hysteria, social hysteria, whatever, social mass illness, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's not a good thing. It's not a good look on the government. It seems like the Biden government wants to just go out in a dismal failure. I just can't. We still got to wait several days for them to change hands to get these incompetent people out of the White House. Sherry says I'm dying. Jackie Beanstalk says Richard Smokers. That's a new one. I'm gonna use that one. Richard Smokers. Richard Smokers. I usually just say Peter Puffer, but Richard Smokers is funny too. I'm gonna use that one. BSK says you nearby though. Mm. Joe says are transgenders welcome in here? Yeah, I've never said anyone is not welcome. And the only people I don't like in my live stream, Joe, are trolls. That's it. And then I said I will allow trolls if they're funny, but most trolls come in here very mean spirited, and they lack the ability of good humor. So I would even allow a troll in here if they're funny, if and only if they're funny. But the only people I don't allow in here, Joe, are trolls. Other than that, I don't look. I don't care what your sexual orientation is, your gender identity, your religious faith, your your sex, gender, um, your race, your nationality. As long as people can respect each other, that's all I ask for. I've never discriminated against anyone in this in this live stream, other than when they personally attack me. Now, if they personally attack me, then all cards are on the table. But other than that, yeah, I don't care, and anyone's welcome. Drink some water here. Doritos got me choking up. And we got Wario squeaking by. Let me stop. Jordan says my buddy named Amon Alfred Richardson was also getting pipe in September 2005. Don't tell him. Excuse me? Okay. I think he's trying to say me, guys. I assure you, I've never received pipe. So I'm just gonna ban this dude because he's being a weirdo. See, as soon like literally as soon as it's past 12 o'clock, you get these uh weirdos. Oh, how did I miss all these chats? Dang. Oh, I know what happened because when someone commented, it dropped the bottom. It dropped it all the way to the bottom of the chat room. So uh, I missed all of these. I'm only was telling that guy to give his balls a tug. Troll. uh, he says incel. Only incels have multiple accounts. Debate me. Fo. Right. Howard says yes. F Ukraine. Dang, this dude still had other usernames, Sherry. Like seriously, you got to get this man some. You gotta find this man some $40 snatch. You know them little $40 chicks. You know what I'm talking about. Not you, but I'm saying you know there's some the little $40 girls on uh unfortunately most of those websites been shut down. What's the name of you know the back backboard. I mean not backboard. You guys know what website I'm thinking about, but yeah. Ray Love says people are saying that Elon Musk is the Antichrist. Do you agree? No, obviously not. I mean, people saying that obviously haven't read the Bible. They don't because they don't know what the Antichrist is. That's just that's a very random question. Howard Clay says he'll run out of bot names eventually. He'll run out of bot names eventually. Nah, he can keep just putting random strings of letters together and have an infinitude of usernames if he really wanted to. The difference is if I go from a vertical live stream to a PC live stream, I don't just ban I don't have to worry about banning usernames anymore. I can just ban the entire IP address so that no matter what username the person used, they can't come back unless they literally come back under a different IP address. They have to use a different device and all of that. Moon says we grew up on Reaganomics 100. He said when he said W Contrarian and Mrs. Contrarian. Thank you, bro. Terrence Moss says I think the pyramids date back to the days of Noah, and in those days were giants and dinosaurs. No. Um, no. Well, first of all, Noah is a fictional character. I mean, I don't want to contradict anyone's faith, but Noah is an open question whether Noah actually existed. But it seems more than likely Noah is just a homily on the failings of human society, especially as his story was ripped off from an earlier story told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the first written uh, novel and known to man, written during written by the Babylonians. But the Noah's flood was ripped off from our earlier story from the Epic of Gilgamesh, and there's no, so we don't have any historical evidence for Noah existing. Either way, the pyramids, uh, the pyramids wouldn't have been at the same time because at the time, remember, Noah was literally Noah and his family were the only surviving humans on the face of the earth. So that wouldn't have been at the same time. And the so-called giants at that time were supposed to be an abomination of angels who came to earth and slept with humans. And the the product of that were these giants. They were considered an abomination, which is one of the reasons that you know the 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 God of Moses decided to almost do away with humanity, but he decided to save Noah and his family. Dinosaurs, no, dinosaurs aren't even mentioned in the Bible and wouldn't have been around the same time. The dinosaurs would have been literally um, 65 million years before that that even happened. So no. Moonlit says Terrence, they have dinosaurs on temples here in Asia that date back more than Egyptian pyramids. It's actually fascinating. Rap says, what's your YouTube about, bro? Sorry if, well, you're probably still not here. I mean, you're probably not here any longer, Rap, but my YouTube is just, like I said, it's called Just A Contrarian. I give my thoughts on pop culture, nerdy things, traveling, and martial arts, and politics. So, Moon says, "Are you bored, Rap?" He's, "I'll go live and debate you." Is this the same guy, Moonlit? Is this just the guy under another username? Where it posted up, dude, you kind of reminded me of young granddad from Boondocks. Okay. Jordan says, I remember Amon Alfred Richardson never served in the military. So again, guys, he's trying to refer to me. I can literally produce a DD 214. How am there's no stolen valor over here. No stolen valor. First of all, stolen valor is a felony for folks who don't know. Stolen valor is a felony. There's no stolen valor over here. I'm not Governor Westmore. I can produce a DD 214. Like I literally have a my commander's coin on the wall in back of me. He said yes, Rab is the dude from earlier. Okay, I'll ban him too then. I didn't know how you figured that out, but dang. No Jay Simpson is still funny. And this guy sitting there trying to Google information from me. I think he literally just got my name from my LLC website. So he think he knows something about me. First of all, I was in the military. Two, I mean, I've literally like I literally have a DD214. I literally have this commander's coin behind me right here. Um, why would I make that up? Why would I make up being in the military? That's weird. And then saying I was gay in 2005. What? That's dumb. Like, this is something really wrong with some people. Seriously. Oh, let me time out Joe Cox saying I was getting fruity too. Nigga, please. Your name, like you're using the username Joe Cox, and you're saying I'm fruity. And you call yourself Joe Cox. Your whole username is a pause. The whole username Joe Cox is a pause. Like every time someone says your username, they should say pause. And you're saying someone is being fruity. Fuck out of here. And this one, and that, like I said, the other dude just off the wall. I guess he called himself googling something about me because he looked me up through my LLC, and he keeps saying I'm on Alfred Richardson. That's that's not my Richardson is not my last name, dumbass. Think he knows something. Mm-mm-mm. Javan Singh Burke says, "Is he Obama's dad?" I don't know if that's supposed to be funny or you just stupid because one, I'm not African, and two, I'm not older than Obama. Obama's in his 60s. I'm in my 40s. Tell me how that works. I'll wait. Exactly. And then to be making jokes when you had that whole long ass Indian chutney name, I could go in on you, but since Moonlit has already hidden you, you wouldn't be able to receive these insults. Because these insults would hit like elbows and knees. I would make you hate your whole culture by the end of the time I ended up roasting you. Like not only am I'm a nerd, but I'm a sarcastic Gen X kid, so I can I can I can roast with the best of them. Just check out my previous other live streams where I cook some folks. Moon says, "What the hell?" He said, "I'll go live after you." Thanks, man. I'm about to get off in a second. I just wanted to read through the comments, and I'm gonna eat a few more snacks. um, Joe Cox is okay. I get your point. Yeah, but then you call me fruity though. So Moon says it was rude. Sherry says no, sir. Moon says yeah, he was out of pocket. Word. Sherry says no disrespect, but he might have not been treated right when he was younger. Exactly. That well, that could be true. I'm guessing you're referring to Abdur. Like I said, I wasn't even knocking the dude. We were like I said, you wouldn't know if you weren't here. The only one that was in the live stream at the time, I think, was Moon. I think you were here, Moonlit, right? And literally, like the whole chat room, we weren't even roasting the guy. We were just like, "Yo, that is not cool." Talking to like referring to another man that way, and he didn't get it. And we weren't even trying to roast him. Like we were just like, "Yo, that's a pause. Like that's sus." And we was explaining to him why. So he came back like again. He was like, "Yeah, what's up, big man?" I'm like, "Okay, now you're just overcompensating, man." I was like, "Look, I don't care what your orientation is." I was like, "You can be whatever you want to be." I was like, "Just don't." I was like, "Just don't give me pet names because it's not appropriate to another straight man." That's all I'm telling. I don't care what his orientation is. Personally, like I don't, I don't care. Like I don't care what a consenting adult does with another consenting adult within reason. But um, yeah, I was just like, don't address me in that way. That's all I was saying. But like I said, but like I said, I can't speak for his past or his childhood or I don't know. Cat says you shouldn't be so good looking then contrarian. Oh, thank you. Melissa says LOLW cat. Sherry says I'm straight. Cat cat says ditto Sherry. Kid named Finger says what's your favorite Family Guy character? Um I would say Brian, but nah, Brian after Brian screwed Quagmire's dad, I it ain't Brian anymore. And then he even bragged about it. He said that's why I fucked your dad. So I can't rock with Brian like that anymore. Um and definitely not Stewie. Um um the I know who. The new mayor is based off the guy from all the little Western movies. Him. No. I'm sorry. Mayor West. Mayor West is my original until until Adam West passed away. Mayor West. Sure, he's laughing. Melissa says snow bunnies. Yo, I haven't heard that in years. Are we still say snow bunnies? Or because I mean, is there a better word for it yet? No, I'll tell you what's funny, Moonlit. Do you who here? Okay, you gotta be at least a millennial or older to if you Gen Z, you won't get this. Who remembers BET Uncut? That was the shit in college. I'm sorry, BET Uncut was the shit in college. Like came on like after 12, and it had the raunchiest videos they couldn't play during the daytime. One of them was this guy singing "White Girls, You Really Rock My World." And it was just a bunch of like just nobody. It was hilarious. That was funny. And then there's this guy who has I thought it was legit a joke because I saw him on Instagram, but dude literally has a whole album on Spotify where each song is like a song to different races of girls. One of them says biracial. How's it go? Yo, I heard this song on Instagram. I laughed so hard for so long. It was bad that I went running the next day and I was singing the song in my head while while I was running because it was so funny. He's like, she's biracial. And what made it so funny is he had a video and people was like, yo, why does dude dress like he work at a call center? I was done. It was so funny. You don't understand how funny because I worked in call centers for so long. I know what the call center look is. The khakis with like the with the sweater vest and and the button down shirt. Yo, this shit had me crying laughing. They was like, why does nigga look like he work at a call center? Yo, singing biracial. And then it was girls in the in the Instagram comments section who were actually biracial, and they was literally like, please make this man stop. Don't I can't. How did that song go? Hold up. Now I gotta pull it up. I'm sorry. I gotta risk the monet. I might risk the monetization just to play the song for you guys. Cause I'm sorry. It was funny. This is the funniest song I heard in a long time. And like I said, he literally has a whole album on Spotify. So I thought it was a joke, but he's dead ass with it. He's like dead ass with this song. I just gotta play this real quick because I can't remember how it goes, but damn, this shit had me laughing. And like I said, you can find his video up on Instagram. All right, here I go. Is this it? No, this ain't it. Dang, now I can't find the song. I'm just gonna have to look at it in my friend's DM he sent me on Instagram. I just want you guys to hear this before I go, because goddamn, it's funny. I'm at the scroll all the way up, but it's worth it. But don't you hate having to find something in a long DM pause that as you've had a string of conversations since, then you go to find something that's all the way up in the conversation, especially when it's like something job related, but anything really. Damn, I don't remember where it was. And the problem is when the person is always sending you memes and stuff, it makes it harder to find. This is December 5th. No, came after this stuff. Meanwhile, let me scroll down. It says, "Yo, your live is wilding out." I know, right? Sherry says the diddler might come after that one dude. I mean, but if he comes after him, he's not going to take it. He's the guy's going to give it up to the Diddy. He ain't taking it. He's giving it away. All right, where is this song? You guys, I'm sorry. Before I go, you guys got to hear this song if I can find it. If and only if I can find it. Hopefully, I hate when people send you so much stuff that you can't find anything. But it's like she's biracial. She's biracial. Oh man. I mean, I know what cat is and it's needle. But I don't know about Sherry. And I know Agatha's black. I think. Oh, here it is, guys. You gotta see this. I'm sorry, you gotta see this. Look at this. How this nigga look, yo. Okay, let me cut it off before I get copyright claim. She's biracial. She's biracial, girl. And no, no. What makes it funny? Look, he has a whole album. Each track is a different race. Like there's one Asian and white. You know, this guy was on something when he made that. Then the fact, like I said, he's dressed. People saying like he's dressed like he works at a call center. That shit had me on the floor. Jermaine says, "I love big women." I mean, hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. If you love Big Shirley, that's all right. Some Big Shirley lovers out there. Go Big Shirley, Big Shirley, big 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 girl, big girl, big girl, big girl. Sorry, I'm from Baltimore. We can turn anything. We can turn anything into like a into a club song. Big girl, big girl, big. If you don't know Baltimore from the '90s, you wouldn't know. But the house music we call house music we call Baltimore club music, but it got really big here in the early uh, '90s in Baltimore. But the house music started I'm gonna say house music started in either like Chicago or whatever, but it became really big in the East Coast in the '80s, and so you would hear it like in places like Baltimore and New Jersey, different from the Florida, like the Florida like techno music and all that sort of stuff, but similar. Lord Calvin says, "What word is Tagalog?" I was referring to someone's username, Lord Calvin. Um, it looked like a Tagalog word. I don't know if I've even pronounced it correctly. Uh, where am I at? Okay. What is Octagram talking about? He said, "What they take nude pics. I'm telling you, everyone cover up. And why do you think you are above average?" So clearly, the lunatics are out of the cage after 12 because I don't know what the hell this dude is talking about. Uh, he needs to go to timeout and have so he can take time to go take his lithium or risperidone or Thorazine, whichever comes first. I'm Melissa stop that Octa. No, he got time out so he can go take his medicine. And Moonlit. Sherry says, like the stream, guys. Thank you. I think Sherry's biracial. Biracial. Oh man, that's so funny. Ray Love says, what do you consider a troll? A person who goes into a excuse me, a troll is someone who goes onto social media for the intents and purposes of taunting content creators, causing and insulting people, being a nuisance, that sort of thing. It's patently clear when you see a troll. Like I said, they go out of their way to insult and up and disturb the content creators in whatever he's trying to do or she's trying to do. They insult other people in their comment section or whatever, um, and are deliberately obnoxious, whatever their motives may be. That's irrelevant. They're deliberately obnoxious. They harass and insult content creators and other people in that social space. Moonlit says hashtag Wario. Sherry said he's bugging. Right. Back page. Thank you, Moonlit. That's it. Yeah. I was like, we need to go to back page and get what's his name? One of them little $40 304s. One of them little $40 hoes. Sherry says that Jessica Contrarian is so real. Yeah, so Sherry, so this is literally why my friend told me to start a channel because he's the same one who shared that video I just showed you guys. He told me years ago. He's like, man, you're funny. He's like, you should do like some sort of like YouTube or something. I was like, man, no one wants to listen to me. I was like, I'm just talking shit. I was like, I'm not even trying to be funny. He was like, yeah, I know. He said, but it's funny. He's like, that's why you should do it. And eventually I listened to him and I started doing it. But I kind of like just dip my toes in the water a little bit. Like I just was like making a few videos here and there, not really taking it seriously until I actually start having people actually watch. I'm like, people actually watch me? I'm like, shit, that's cool. Because I really didn't think people would. But hey, I'm pleasantly surprised, when anyone takes time out to watch my content because you could watch so many other things right now. To take time to talk with me, I consider it um I consider it an honor. So thank you. Mullen says fact Sherry. Mullen said, yeah, Rab is due from earlier. Got it. So I blocked him. Yeah. Sherry says, yeah, show it. Show what? Melissa says no false valor here, y'all. Right. Like the only reason I don't want to pull up my DD214 is because I don't want to show my personal. I don't want to show my personal identity on there. It's it reveals my personal identity. Otherwise, I will pull out my DD214 and just say, "Hey, this is my DD214." But the guy really didn't know anything about me because first of all, he thought Richardson was my last name, which it isn't. Two, I've never done anything gay. I don't care what year you're talking about. You can go from 2005. You can go all the way back to my birth date in 1977. I guarantee you, there's been nothing homo on the record here. Negative. Um, Three, he was talking about how's your marketing thing going. So obviously, like I said, he probably pulled up my LLC or something. Like I hide my LLC. Anyway, Sherry says facts. Mona says, y'all, are y'all dumb? Ryan Anthony says, black man overdosed in fentanyl in the Bronx. That's nothing new. I mean, in Baltimore, every street drug is almost every street drug is laced with fentanyl here in Baltimore, which is why if people want to smoke weed, they should not get it off the streets. This, they they decriminalized it last year, so there's no reason to get it off the street anymore, unless you just want to risk your life for some cheap for some cheap weed. It's not worth it because, like I said, I worked when I was in a call center. I literally worked with someone who was a dope boy. I'm not going to give out his information since you know I don't want to put him in that precarious situation. I'm not going to give out his real name, but yeah, he and I were talking. He was like, "Nah, man." He said, "You don't understand." He said, "I don't even want the drugs if they not laced." I'm like, "For real?" He said, "Yeah." He said it keeps them coming back. They want it. I'm like, "Oh, okay." So, Highland Argerlu says, "Who are you, sir?" Oh, I'm Just A Contrarian, and I talk on given topics. Today is my Ask Me Anything Tuesday, or it was Ask Me Anything Tuesday. It's now Wednesday, and I'm about to get off. I just want to finish with the comments so that I can let Moonlit do his thing. Sherry says, veteran Helen. Thank you, Sherry. Moonlit says, W. Sherry. Jackie Beanstalk says, the Detroit Lions. What's that? Oh, she says, I gotta go. Thank you. Right now, she said, when's the next time you're going to be on live? So I'm gonna try to go on live a little earlier tomorrow, Sherry, at 9 p.m. If you see this, if you're still here, somewhere between 9 and 10 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. Moonlit says, nope, Jack Lions ain't gonna make it. Oh, speaking of which, guys, I have a family member, but I don't remember which team who played the Lions the other day. So I have a cousin on one of those teams. I just don't remember which team. If it was Detroit Lions or the other team that played Sunday, I don't remember. But I don't know this family member. I just know he's a cousin. He's a younger cousin. That's why I don't know him. So because my mother was like, you said your cousin plays on one of these teams. I'm like, okay. He's never invited me to he's never invited me to a game, so how would I know? So um Ryan says Chris Rock laughing at dumb niggas last night. Okay. Moon says hit the notification bell, share YouTube be messing up a lot. Catherine says I'm back. Thank you. Ibrahim says your degree on the wall says name page. Please don't show it to viewers. Yeah. Um Mula says the gremlins are out. I know, right? It's a lot. Um each time I think I'm all the way at the bottom of the chat, I realized I didn't hit the bottom of the chat room. Pause. Dustin B says the chicken. Guys, again, if you're gonna troll, at least be funny. It's some of you trolls don't even really try. And Moon says, "Hush your face, loser." Melee says, "Hello, what's up, Melee?" Is it Melee? Melee. Catherine says, "What do snow bunnies refer to?" Remember, we talked about this, Cat. Remember, I told you snow bunnies refers to white girls, white women. Oh no, no, we didn't. We were talking. I was telling you the difference, but I was telling you what I was telling you what Becky and Carol meant. I was like, Becky is a young white girl, and Carol is an older white woman. That's what I was telling you. I didn't tell you about snow bunnies, but snow bunnies is white girls. There used to be a term for black chicks too. They used to call, some people it didn't the term didn't really last though, but for a little while they called them summer bunnies. That doesn't really work. So that's why I think no one really uses the term summer bunnies anyway. And I actually coined so if you've ever heard the term rice bunny, I've coined that term. And no, I literally have to I need to trademark the term before someone else does because I coined this term in 2011. I was a library clerk at the time and I was talking I was talking to the librarian and my coworkers and I was like I need a term for I was like for Asian girls the same way we got for like white girls and stuff. And I was thinking and I was just like throwing out different things. I was like, what about rice bunny? And the librarian was a woman. She was like she was like, you know what? That actually works. I was like, cool. I was like, all right, now I need to make one for Latino girls. And she's like, how about and she said something. I don't know if she said cactus bunny or something. And she's like, wait, let me stop trying to help you. I was like, I started laughing. I was like, no, but rice bunny works though. I was like, that's so I was like, y'all like it, so I'm gonna keep it. I was like, and the funny thing is, I remember in 2011, this is like 13 years ago now. I was like, I wonder if this term will ever catch on. You know, fast forward like 5 years later, it's like 2016. No, no, even before that, I'm gonna say flash forward like 3 years, and this term is already on UrbanDictionary.com. And I'm like, people are already using my term, and it's not like I was like working somewhere like where it would spread virally. Like I'm working at like the New York Public Library, like somewhere where something could spread really mainstream. Like I'm working like way, in the middle of nowhere in Maryland, and I'm like, yo, I wonder if this term will ever catch on, and it has. So now I need to actually like trademark the term. But Melissa says, "Oh, Cat, you didn't know." She's like, "Nope." And he said he'll explain. I did. He said, "Melissa says you and Needle are the definition." Oh, Miss Needle is definitely the definition. Miss Ne- Miss Needle is a straight up snow bunny. I mean, she literally lives in Germany. Like it doesn't get any more snow bunny than that. I hope she's here. I know she would be laughing right now. Miss Needle can get it. I'm not gonna even hold you all day. It's good. Captain Zello, okay. Well, this is no way stop. He said you did work at Coles OMFFG. I won all the stories. Coles? No, 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 no. No, I was saying I worked at I worked as a library clerk. Um, what else I worked? I once worked at Staples back in the day. That was the '90s. And never Coles. Um, uh, Mr. H says I wasn't gonna say that whole name. Cricket says I gotta go contrarian. Good night. Um, okay, I don't know who you were, Cricket, but have a good evening. Sherry says, when is the next time you're gonna be on live? Oh yeah, I already answered it. So 9 p.m. somewhere between 9 and 10 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time zone you're in, Sherry. Um, Mr. Hanson said, "What happened to your ears? Nothing. They're just small." When I was little, older people, like people from the boomer generation, the silent generation, used to say that people with small ears, they call them stingy ears. I don't know why, but some people say people with small ears, they call them stingy ears. I don't know. That's an old person's term, and you probably won't hear that carry on with Gen X and millennials. I don't think I've never heard anyone Gen X or millennials refer to small ears as stingy ears, but that's something in the older generations. Um, Moonlit says I worked at Dunkin' Donuts at 14. I got some stories to tell you offline. All right, cool. I mean, I've worked some interesting places. I worked at Subway, Things Remembered, J.C. Penney, Montgomery Wards, Sears, uh, Burger King. I worked in a performing arts theater at my school. Um, what I worked at a hardware store. I've done a lot of retail. Mr. Hanson, the dog bites your ear. Why are you still going on about the ear thing? You're just looking at me from an angle, my friend. Not everyone's ear sticks out. Some people's ears stick out like this, others don't. There's nothing wrong. There's no malformations of my ear. You, I think, just have a fetish with that. Ruggin says this, that, these, those. Okay. One says, I can't believe Coles. I can't believe all the stories. Yeah, I never worked at Coles. Did I say Coles, guys? If I did, I must have misspoke. But I thought I was talking about as a library clerk back in the day, like thir- like 13 years ago now, going on 13 years. Moonless is wild nostalgic. Jesse says, "What's your channel about, good sir?" Weren't you here before, Jesse? But yeah, generally, like I said, my channel is just me talking about pop culture and politics. I talk about traveling when I get to travel. I talk about martial arts a lot. I talk about nerdy stuff like uh, comic books and Star Wars, stuff like that. Um, that that's mainly it. Also, I kind of approach things from a skeptical viewpoint, so I'm gonna be like, so I'm very nerdy, and I like to be very pedantic in what I say because I don't like spreading misinformation. So Catherine says, "Sweet." Sherry says, 9 p.m. Okay, thanks. Good night. Sleep tight. Thank you. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Martin says, "What's up, man? What's up, Martin?" Melissa said, "Yes, sir." Term says, "Is it acceptable to borrow money from your wife's boyfriend even though he's disabled on a fixed income?" Huh? Yeah, that's goofy. Uh, Moon says hashtag small ears. He's I got roasted for that. Rod says to avoid the chaos in the next 4 years, it would be better if Trump got sworn in as the next premier of the 11th province of Canada. LOL. Rod, were you the one that took that seriously earlier, or was that someone else? Because someone else, I don't remember that were you and I was saying, why did he say the whole thing about being the 51st state? And like that was just him being char- people don't understand. People really don't know when Trump is being humorous. If people if people have seen the stuff that he posts on his website, I don't know if he posted on his Facebook or it's probably his handlers posted for him. But Trump has a very active sense of humor. I'll tell you, like like I've never seen an American president that gets online and posts stuff to troll other politicians. Like he has a robust, dry sense of humor, and people don't always get that from him. They just think he's this authoritarian type guy with who's a stuffy old man. He is a very funny guy. He is very funny, and you wouldn't get that. But if you see the stuff that he posts on like Facebook and Instagram, or I should say, the people who manage his websites post for him, he's funny as hell. Even if you see him in interviews, he says some funny stuff all the time. Like it shows that he's still mentally sharp because to have a good sense of humor, you still have to be mentally sharp. So D says I want to play a game. Find me a sponge and one Christmas ornament for one like. I don't need your like, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you think this is? It's 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm not doing shit. You give a like or you don't. I don't care. Carl says go get the baby oils, Mr. Nasty Time. All right. Your trolls are coming out. Melissa says, "Okay, I'm out. These trolls are going hard. Yeah, I'm about to bounce too, man. I just want to get to the bottom of the conversation. Go, you can go start your live because I'm gonna be off in like literally like 5 minutes, man. Even if I don't get through the comments. Thesis, how do you feel about Marvel with Disney? Yeah, I mean, Marvel made all these movies with Disney, so it started off good, went awry, and looked like they're starting to try to correct their ship. But all the stuff they've already released still has to come out, which was still when they were on their little woke journey. So I probably won't be watching anything anytime soon. Like I literally said, Deadpool and Wolverine probably will be the last MC movie I go see in the theaters. I'm still gonna watch some stuff, but only on the Disney Plus streaming service. Nothing they are putting out in the next few years to me seems worthy of me spending my money in the theater. Same thing with Star Wars. Actually, Star Wars is worse. I won't even watch them for free on Disney Plus. Like their shit is so bad. But at least some of the Marvel stuff I'll still watch on Disney Plus, but I don't see paying money to go see them in the theaters. Deadpool and Wolverine was the last really good thing they made. I don't trust that Avengers Doomsday is going to be good because they're literally taking a Tony Stark variant and turning him into Doctor Doom instead of having their own Doctor Doom. And now they're putting Chris Evans back in here, and we don't know as what role is he going to play an evil version of Captain America? Is he going to play the Hydra version of uh, Captain America that they had in the comic books 6 years ago with I mean 7 and 8 years ago with the secret what's it called, secret war or whatever, when that Captain America turned into a Hydra agent. We don't want them to see the greatest MCU heroes now turned into bad guys because they lack any sort of ability to attract good talent and good writers to make good villains. Not to mention that no one cares about the current listing of heroes they still have on their roster except for Spider-Man. I mean, don't get me wrong, Falcon is cool, but no one likes him as Captain America, and no one enjoyed him as Captain America in the books either. So, Jana says your details say veteran. Thanks for that service, U.S. Army myself. Thank you, Jana. She said, "What is your take on Trump putting loyalists and oligarchs in his cabinet and threatening military against protesters?" I haven't heard him threatening military against protesters. What I heard him say he was going to do is that if he had to, he would use military to deport illegal immigrants. Um, I'm not aware if he did say he was going to use military against protesters. Obviously, that would be problematic unless you're talking about National Guard, because National Guard has been used against protesters before. If you look at the riots that broke out on college campuses back in the 70s and 60s, they took they had National Guard there. So, but since National Guard are also state militia, it has to be with the approval of that governor. The problematic thing would be that a governor might refuse to allow the National Guard to be involved in something, so then they take the National Guard from another state to do that, and that could cause problems. But I, I don't want to go above my pay grade here. Um, as far as him putting loyalists and oligarchs in his cabinet, that's what most people do. You don't think most of the people that Obama had in his cabinet were people who agreed with his overall agenda, or the people in Bush administration overall didn't agree with his agenda, or Clinton before him, or Bush Senior before him, or Reagan before him, or Carter before him, or Nixon before him, you know, and so on and so on. Most people, most presidents in, at least in current American history, have always stacked their cabinets with people who overall agree with their agenda. So I don't think that's unique to Trump. It just seems whenever Trump does something that is kind of par for the course, that it seems insidious. So it depends on how people feel about that politician and about that person's political views, to whether they want to see something that they're doing as being unique to the presidency, or something that's par for the course. I can assure you, in the what 300 years of the presidency, almost 400 years, that um, there's not much unique under the sun. Like, I can point to stuff that happened in the past that you'll be like, "Dag, that's what stuff happened." I'll be like, "Yeah, that's what stuff happened even back then." The only difference is, we didn't have, things like internet and computers and high tech weaponry and all these other. But a lot of the shenanigans that go on now, this stuff happened in the past. So, but as far as stacking your cabinet with loyalists, Trump is definitely not unique in that. Pretty much all presidents this day and time do that. Cricket Ant says, "Do you remember Contrarian Hemp CLA 3307?" Huh? Dude, I'm not gonna remember anything at 1 a.m. So sorry. I'm sorry. I don't get that hint. Who else? Robert says he said it once, um, at Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, he's trying to say Mar-a-Lago. And a second time on social media, I have a good sense of humor as well, but it's clear his intent was to be rude and disrespectful because he keeps repeating it. LOL. Oh yeah, he can be. Oh yeah, he definitely will insult people, and like I said, he has a he he has an active sense of humor. I didn't say is always a clean sense of humor, but um, D says it wasn't a troll, just a scavenger hunt. Yeah, I felt they should have stayed true to the comics. Yeah. Gina says, thanks for the answer. You're welcome. Transgender priest is another gay black guy. Great. Dude, I'm not gay. The problem with you folks on an alternative lifestyle is you think everything is gay because you're gay. And so you're projecting your alternate lifestyle onto other people. And this is what sort of pisses off people in the mainstream. They don't like you guys projecting. Look, live your life however you want, but when you start projecting your lifestyle onto everyone else, this is what annoys people, and this is why there has been such a cultural backlash since to your community, because you try to force your views onto everyone else. You can live your lifestyle as you want, but trying to force everyone to accept it is a whole different can of worms. These is a really like unbreakable split glass series. These are just the store variety kind you get at the pharmacy. OBQ Kenobi says that's possible, but I think the issue is more so that Trump appoints people that are obviously not qualified, and a lot of people aren't qualified and sycophants though. Name like again, people keep acting like Trump is doing something that's unique. Name me one president that hasn't stacked his cabinet with a bunch of loyalists who oftentimes were not qualified. Again, because some of you guys are young, you don't realize how much Bush was seen as the devil back in 2000. He it's so if I was to make a good analogy, if you guys watch The Walking Dead, remember how bad of a guy the governor was in The Walking Dead? But by the time you get to Negan, everyone forgot about how bad the governor was. Okay. So hey, keep but it's the same thing with like Bush and Trump. Like Bush was the governor. He was like the worst thing ever. Then people forgot about him. Now he's not even seen that in that bad of a light. Now Trump is the Negan. It's the same thing. Like I said, people were making all sorts of aspersions towards Bush at the same time, saying his grandfather worked with the Nazis. Like, because anytime they hate someone who's on the Republican side, they have to make some sort of spurious connection to Nazis. So his grandfather worked with Nazis. That he was a carpetbagger from the north. He wasn't a true Texan, which that was kind of true. um, uh, that he was not very smart and all this sort of stuff. And I was like, okay. But then the second time he runs, you find out, okay, well, how's this guy not smart? He has the same GPA as his rival, John Kerry. They both went to Yale University. Uh, they both even joined the same secret society, the Skull and Bones. One went off to, to get to become an attorney. The other one went off to get an MBA at Harvard, which is George Bush. It's like clearly he's not stupid. He's not all the time very um, articulate. But another thing is he talks folksy intentionally. This is another thing Trump does, because a lot of Republicans don't want to be seen as elitists. They purposefully dumb down how they talk. Whereas people on the left willingly, you know, wear on their shoulder it, how erudite they are. The people on the right try to sort of like um, keep that a little tucked down. So, like I said, people don't know Ted Cruz. He's an Ivy leaguer, but he doesn't act that way. J.D. Vance, an Ivy leaguer, but he doesn't act that way. Trump, an Ivy leaguer. Biden wasn't. um, Oh, Kenobi says, but yeah, both sides stacked their cabinets with loyalists, but this cabinet is nothing but billionaires. Hashtag deny, defend, depose. Again, not unique. Obama stacked his cabinet with billionaires too. No, even worse. He's sorry, correction. He did worse than stack his board his cabinet with billionaires. He stocked his cabinet with Wall Street insiders, which makes sense after he got that secret, well, not secret, but after he was elected, he was called to the Bilderberg meeting, which is a very secretive meeting amongst the most elite politicians and CEOs that meet annually to discuss the future, the future of pretty much the planet. I don't know what goes on in those meetings. None of us do. So it would be just a matter of speculation, but we know that there's only a very elite few that are invited to these secretive meetings that are held annually. He was invited to that group, and afterwards, I'm not saying it was anything more than a coincidence. He stacked his cabinet with a bunch of Wall Street folks. So again, I'm not going to demonize one candidate for what another one does, but simply because this one is on the home team, he there's no red flag on the play. But when the away team does it, there's a red flag on the play for doing this exact same thing. Who S says U.S. is hiding towards an evangelical dictatorship, like some Muslim countries. No, it's not evangelical dictatorship. Far from it. We still have a matter of checks and balances in this country. Bada Bing said he's trying to get monetized. No, I'm already monetized. I'm just trying to finish my messages so I can get off. These is no the movies. LOL. Unbreakable. Split. Oh, my bad. Again, it's 1 a.m. I wouldn't have got that D. Sorry. He said no the movies. Unbreakable, Split, and Glass series. Gotcha. Cat says every leader does that. True. Crazy coalition says billionaires. Tuxie 07 says if you go to McDonald's, ask around a McDonald's rug until you get a free milkshake. That's disgusting, but that's funny. See, I told you, if a troll is funny, hey, that is funny though. TRW says just dropping in. Good to see you, my boy. Looking forward to the new year. Thank you, TRW. Uh, Kenobi says that's fair. I forgot about that. Tuxio7 says Obama was at the Diddy parties. He saw a lot more insides than just Wall Street. All right, that's funny. All right, looks like I'm at the end, so I'm out, guys. Um, talk to you later. Trolls are gonna troll, but that's it for me, guys. Have a good one. Thanks.